lens to it. So what I thought we would do today is talk a bit about our perspective, take maybe half a step back and walk through what we see broadly in SOCs today, and then how prepared are they for the injection of real-time information that someone like us can provide. And then at the end, I'll talk to you a little bit about exactly what we do, and I'm happy to take any questions in the remaining time. So again, really looking forward to that. I am going to just pull up over here as well. Hang on one second. There we go. Okay, great. So again, many of you are experts in this space. So some of these statistics in the beginning, I really intend to help frame, again, what we see broadly. And just for a personal introduction, I'm Michael Affronti again. I'm the Senior Vice President of R&D at Dataminr. I've been working for over 17 years in applying AI and machine learning to different parts of problem spaces in the enterprise, and started really early on thinking about productivity, but over the last half of my career have really focused on risk, operational maturity, and now very squarely on risk management and corporate risk with Dataminr. Very standard Gartner statistic, but I think it frames the problem space well. 50% or more of SOCs will transform themselves over the next 3 to 4 years into something that is more akin to a fusion center. But as the panelists have already been talking about, it will be very different in terms of its structure and its operation, and even the personnel that staff it. One of the things that we see, because we work with so many organizations around the world, is that there is, of course, a very broad spectrum of organizational maturity when it comes to a SOC and an organization itself, in terms of how well they're able to ingest real-time information, how well they're able to respond to the rapidly changing threats that are occurring around the world. Our lens on this at Dataminr, we talk a lot about corporate risk, and you can think about this as our lens on the way that risk impacts most broad organizations. And we know, especially given what's happened with COVID, that the multidimensional challenges that are facing most organizations in some sense have been accelerated. And if you look at timelines, something like 2 to 3 years worth of risks and scale have been pulled in by a number of factors caused by the pandemic, including remote work, impacts to things broadly like supply chains, and even things as hyperlocal as choices in transit for your employees as they move around. When we look at corporate risk from Dataminr's perspective, we bucket it into these 4 broad areas. And what you see here in some of these sub-bullets are some of the specific areas that we work with our customers on in each of these themes. And regardless of how you structure your risk wheel, as we refer to it, we do believe that the SOC sits at the center. And that SOC, again, as you guys have already talked about today, can take many different forms, but it is ultimately responsible for protecting corporations' risk profile around these different vectors. Something that has been consistently changing over the last few years, almost year to year, has been the impact of cyber. That's something that we've been thinking a lot about, and is sort of a new addition to our risk wheel over the last 2 years. It started out as just distinct cyber threats, and how can real-time information help a SOC and an organization protect against them. And now, as many of you know, cyber is now a layer of risk type that can impact almost all the other ones. So we have been thinking a lot about the combinatorics here. And I think the future of the SOC is an organization that has a fixed perspective on their own wheel, but also is flexible and understands that some of these things may move and change over a period of months or quarters as the risk landscape in the external environment changes as well. So what I thought I would do for just a few minutes is talk a bit about the current state of the SOC, again, from our perspective, which is, in any given month prior to COVID's impact on travel, I myself was in maybe 10 or 15 different SOCs or GSOCs or EOCs with our customers, working with them on integrating our solution, learning from them about their workflows. So I thought I would talk a bit about what I've seen over the last few years, and most importantly, the role. As many of you know, of course, what is the role of a SOC? Fundamentally, and I think most importantly, it is to manage risk across the organization. There is a heavy detection element in most SOCs, which is looking at information coming in from internal and external sensors, slow analyst reports, faster real-time information that may be coming in from your own CCTV cameras or a platform like ours. And then ultimately, as many of the panelists this morning have talked about, the SOC is responsible for formulating responses and managing the response workflow. And one of the things that we've seen, and it still amazes me, is very, very large, very mature organizations broadly with fairly immature SOCs in terms of the way that these different roles and responsibilities link together. And most importantly, as we've talked about already this morning, this afternoon, the ability to detect and respond in a more automated way. Those areas, I feel like I've seen them be considerably less mature than other parts of broadly the businesses that these SOCs are in. Another thing that we have clearly seen, and I'm restating a lot of what many of you feel day to day, is that there's a bit of a Frankenstein model in most SOCs today. And this is true because of a number of different reasons. SOCs tend to grow organically in most organizations, especially if they are growing themselves. They typically are under budgeted and understaffed, as many of you know. Some of the recent events with COVID have really pushed down on some of these inefficiencies and highlighted areas where organizations have underspent, things like cyber or managing a remote workforce and the risk that comes from that. And in other places have exposed potentially where they've overspent, potentially on physical infrastructure security, with no easy way to move that budget over without impacting directly physical people, right? The other broad thing that I've seen in my work with a lot of our largest customers is, I would call it an underutilization of technology. It's not that there's not technology, by no means. I believe much like most large portions of the technology landscape for an organization, risk broadly is going through a disruption right now. If you look back to what the cloud did to productivity, moving things from on-premise to the cloud in terms of just productivity applications and all of the changes that had to happen to an organization's culture and business processes to put critical data into the cloud infrastructure. Then you look at communications and the move from telephony to video and to chat and to mobility. And you see a similar pattern happening very rapidly within risk, which is a rapid migration to cloud-based technologies, moving away from complicated, heavy, installations of crisis management workflow tools, and at the same time embracing things like mobility and a workforce that is younger, that is more digitally native. So how does that fit in? And I think in a lot of SOCs, I see them struggling. I think you combine that with culture, right? As a leader of an organization, culture is critically important to me to manage my business. But I also think a lot about the culture of the SOCs that I see. Is it very, command and control? We're running this like a physical security, playbook and infrastructure, or is it more dynamic and is it responsive to the changing external environment? Who are the people you're bringing in? Who are you recruiting? Do they have a heavy physical safety background or a heavy law enforcement background versus are they digitally native? Are they data fluent? Do they understand how to think about geopolitical risk in a way that is perhaps more broad? So I think there's so many facets of SOCs that are required to be upgraded in some sense. And I think COVID, as unfortunate as it is a great way to look at your inefficiencies and also your efficiencies and think about how to improve them. So I know we've talked a lot about operational efficiency today and how to see more data and how to see more information and then improve on it. And I think a critical piece of that is how do people manage the information that's coming into their SOCs, right? And this again can be a virtual SOC, it can be a physical SOC or a hybrid SOC, which is likely the model that we'll be ending up with in most organizations. But how do you stay operationally efficient? What are the metrics that you're using to track that? How are you looking at the people on the ground? When I see SOCs where there are a handful of analysts doing nothing but analyzing public social media streams raw and trying to interpret their own insights, Selfishly, I know we build a platform that can help them, but more broadly, from a cultural perspective, does that organization believe that they need to have physical eyeballs on that many discrete data sets to solve their problems? And it's that cultural mentality of, physical eyeballs versus automation and upstream efficiency that I think is really important when you're thinking about how to make your SOC more modern moving forward. I think COVID-19 has vastly accelerated the need for change. We talk a lot about within our company the fact that COVID has pulled forward what we broadly refer to as the future of work by anywhere from 5 to 7 years. You see most organizations who were thinking about and embracing a remote or hybrid work style for information workers in their companies now being forced to just support it and rapidly scrambling to put up the IT infrastructure and the policies. Where can you move to if you want to spend 3 months a year not in your home to get more space for your family? What does that do for taxes and payrolls? But more importantly, what does that do for a SOC and duty of care and your ability to support those employees? Supply chains have had to change drastically. Many of them that build physical goods can't easily reform to change the way that they are either shipping or delivering. So how does that on the ground change impact the way that the SOC manages their risk? So again, we look at COVID on the data miner side as this, terribly unfortunate event that is still going to be ongoing for a while, the ramifications of which are fundamentally changing the role of the SOC by just bringing the future forward, right? And I think the organizations we see that are most effective at dealing with it are embracing that change and really pushing forward with real-time information. And lastly, and I know this was talked about, at length again already today, manual playbooks are definitely not the answer. I was with a customer a few weeks before COVID started in one of their emergency operations centers, and they had on the wall a framed, outlined paper, which was one of the manual tear sheets for when they were dealing with the crisis of who to call and the logs. I mean, it was from many years ago, but they kept it up as a reminder of where they've come from, as most of their playbooks are now living in a digital system. And I know most of you are running SOCs or managing environments that have that. But I still am surprised by the amount of organizations where there's either people who are single points of failure in terms of how to deal with risk. There's very, very inefficient playbooks, whether they be manual or digital, for how to deal with risk, especially certain types of risk that are managed from the ground, and we'll talk about that in a second. And lastly, I see a lot of organizations struggling to deal with the upfront funnel of information they're bringing in, and then trying to just match it to their current playbooks, which creates this lopsided effect where there's too much data and not enough automation. Therefore, the playbooks themselves don't function correctly. So a lot of inefficiencies that we see there that I know the modern SOC needs to remedy. So let's talk about rethinking the SOC. Again, from the data miner perspective, how do we see this evolving, and what are some of the best organizations that we work with doing? Culture. Again, culture can't be understated here. I think it starts from the type of job descriptions that you put out there for the analysts that you're hiring. Are they not just really good analysts of information and risk information, but what are their backgrounds in terms of their geopolitical savviness, their digital fluency, their data competencies? We see organizations that are looking for analysts who have experience doing basic data coding and things like R. That's very advanced and typically something more in the fintech world. But it signals a cultural change where organizations that are building modern SOCs, again, in whatever form they may take, are optimizing for analysts and employees and people who can more rapidly deal with high scale information. And I think that culture is critically important. The other thing I think is important to remember is that the SOCs of these organizations, the modern SOC, is protecting assets and people who are now fundamentally more modern, right? They are a younger demographic that is in the workforce, whether they be in a supply chain infrastructure component or they be in an office. And they expect a level of digital competency from their organization that includes managing their own personal safety as a member of the company. Automation. I can't talk to you about what we do next in the next few slides without really hitting on the fact that to use real-time information well in a modern SOC, you need to really invest in automation. And this goes beyond just saying that a certain type of tornado in terms of its impact will trigger a certain type of mass communications. This is significantly closer to looking at the individual types of data you're pulling in. How is it marked up? How are you building short dynamic workflows to automate things? And on the inverse side, how are you embracing distribution of your workforce and of your security personnel to automate and push decision-making down the chain so that you free up resources at the higher level to make more important decisions? And we'll talk about that in just a second. And collaboration, this topic is so important when it comes to the modern SOC. Personally, I'm very passionate about the ways that organizations, including some of the largest, embrace collaboration within their security practices, to do the classic breaking down of silos and walls, but more importantly, to create a culture where information is shared as fast as possible. How are you embracing the tools to support that collaboration, and how are you embracing the people to do it? At some of the largest retail corporations that we work with, retail customers, I'm always surprised by what organizations in these modern SOCs end up doing with using off-the-shelf communication tools like Microsoft Teams or Slack to create local groups to deal with security incidents, at their ground levels. I love the spirit of using a chat tool to quickly solve problems and bring alert information in. But what does that signal in terms of the role of collaboration within your modern SOC? And the last piece, and I'll talk a little bit about exactly what Data Miner does for those of you that don't know, and I'm happy to take any questions. How does real-time info fit into your SOC, and what do we do? So Data Miner is an AI company, and we use AI to solve a specific set of problems for our customers that then in turn provide them with really actionable alert information. So Data Miner ingests publicly available information from all over the world, very broad information across the entire globe, very deep information in terms of hyperlocal data. And we use that and a set, actually hundreds of AI algorithms to go and process that information, correlate it, and provide you with actionable insights and the earliest possible warnings of risks that may impact your organization. And we can give you a few alerts a day, or we can give you thousands of alerts a day. And it really depends on the use cases. And again, as we've talked about today, how organizationally ready are you to ingest that much actionable information, right? Here's a great example of something that you probably saw in the news. It's a very terrible incident that happened, this fatal Amazon cargo plane crash. It's a really interesting example of the way that real-time information can unfold around a very impactful security incident. Not only did this plane go down and impact not just Amazon, but a whole host of organizations that had people and assets in the area. Data Miner was able to provide our customers in the locale 22 minutes ahead of major news, and then provided over 30 on-the-ground eyewitness updates over the course of the incident unfolding. Another key point of our platform, and something we think is really important for the modern SOC with collaboration, is that between public sector organizations and private sector. Something like a plane crash, in the US will trigger the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, to come on site to support the incident and to determine what happened afterwards. So when public organizations are also receiving the same real-time information, it makes on-the-ground collaboration a lot more impactful and a lot faster. And this has proven to be very important for a lot of our commercial customers. On the cyber side, we help organizations with real-time info, focusing on the appearance or the presence of certain types of cyber incidents. Some of you may remember last year in April, the Citycomp hack. It was a very large exposure of PII and critical data from a number of different organizations. We alerted not just on the incident itself happening, but as the incident unfolded in terms of some of the other platforms and systems exposing data, we rapidly sent alerts to our customers to help them go investigate further what was going on. So this is a great example of the way that we help our organizations with real-time info get as fast as possible warning that a critical cyber incident is occurring. On the reputational side, it doesn't always have to be a physical kinetic event that triggers our algorithms to detect something. It can very much be incidents that can affect an organization's brand. And as all of you are well aware, a brand crisis can be the same, if not more impactful than a physical safety event. So here's some examples that we've worked and detected for organizations around the world to help them understand the risks associated with these incidents by providing them the earliest possible warning that things are happening. Reputational risks are often found in the public domain in social media, but our correlation allows us to detect that not only is someone talking about being stuck on a cruise ship, it also allows us to correlate that there may be a physical incident occurring with the environment due to IoT sensors in the area triggering that may make it so that this incident is actually more important than something else that's not. And I think the key point here, before we go too far down the technical hole, is that it's next to impossible to correlate this much information with a set of people monitoring individual streams of public information in a SOC. So how in a modern SOC can you get the value of something like this without having to apply tens or dozens of analysts to go do that work? So I'll end, and then I'm happy to take any questions in the few minutes remaining with the way that we think about the role of the modern SOC. Again, a very simplified diagram, but I think it's really powerful because it talks about, it indicates rather, the role of an alert. If something happens, we're able to provide an early warning. How is the SOC, in whatever form it takes, physical, remote, or hybrid, how is it disseminating that information as fast as possible? Are you being strictly command and control and doing a slow, analyzed rollout of that information? Are you embracing the different vectors of risk within your organization and empowering those departments to have their own lens on those alerts? And in some cases, some of the more modern organizations that we're working with, some of the more security mature ones, if you will, we have organizations that are providing our mobile application to receive the same real-time alerts that the SOC can see, or a more constrained set. And they're putting it in the hands of every retail branch manager, for example, at some of the financial institutions that we work with. That enables those branch managers to get on the ground situational awareness of risks impacting their branch, and then see that immediately in coordination with their GSOC specialists who are looking at a broad purview of retail branches. By pushing playbooks down to that employee in a very lightweight way, it enables them to problem solve potentially low risk incidents while calling in for help if something more major happens. So we're seeing organizations push and pull with real-time info throughout this continuum, and not always thinking about how it has to start with the SOC, but can also start with the person. So I'll wrap up here by saying, there's three large areas of objectives and outcomes for a modern SOC. I won't go through all the details here. I highlighted automated because it's perhaps the one that is most important when it comes to injecting real-time information to increase the speed, efficiency, and ability to act on this information. But that is, our perspective on the modern SOC, how it's changing both due to COVID, both due to real-time information and AI, and the cultural shift in the demographics of the workforce. So with the minute or two remaining, Phelim, I'm happy to take any questions from you or anyone in the audience.
Thank you, and thanks for a great presentation. We have a couple of comments and then a question. Well, let's start with the question. Ian Vickers, he asks, regarding reputational risk, should this really be in a SOC of the future?
That's a great question. I think the default answer would be perhaps no, yet I'm surprised by the number of SOCs who have a playbook, manual or digital, It's typically manual, but they know that if they see an incident that they think could be a brand risk incident, they will forward the alert or the information to someone in their crisis comms team, or there's a liaison from the PR crisis comms team that is on rotation through the SOC. I've seen that at a couple of different companies. And I think this points to the fact that even a minor physical safety incident could potentially expand to a brand and risk reputation issue with the speed that doesn't necessarily match the ability for the organization to get that alert to the crisis comms team. So simply put, I don't think every organization needs to think like that, but I'm surprised by the amount of times that organizations do, because brand and risk issues can come out of nowhere.
No, thanks. Well, we got a couple of comments and a question in the audience. Jason says, how can you build proactivity into the platform? I guess he's looking at you suggesting alerts for customers versus customers asking for them, or something like that.
Oh, okay, that's a great question. I think I believe the question is pointing me towards this answer, which is one of the things that we try to do, is not flood our customers with alerts, right? I would much prefer you to get a handful of our alerts because they are very actionable versus thousands of alerts and have you do more weeding out through those alerts. So a lot of the work that we do with our enterprise success teams is to actually understand the different types of risk from that wheel that are impacting your business, and literally at the nuts and bolts level configure the platform so that you're getting risks of the type that matter to you around the physical assets that you care about, around the executives and the threats against them. So we do a lot of work to scope what we send our customers. At the same time, and perhaps this is the opposite side of that answer, I see a lot of customers, and especially in modern SOCs, who will task one or two analysts with being more exploratory, right? So they will take an account on our platform and we'll do the opposite. We will actually crank up the amount of alerts that we're sending them by opening the aperture on proximity to physical assets, more macro geopolitical risks, changing environmental factors in the case of the US, California, and wildfires as an example. So we've seen organizations that also embrace a bit more of the real-time info to help be exploratory, to find new risks that perhaps they were missing, that we can then in turn make more nuanced in terms of the models we build for them.
Okay, I like it. The nuance is very important. And then Andreas and Mark were talking about motivating analysts and stopping them just becoming post people. I guess we could fashion that into how do you give the analysts more interesting work by using an automated system?
That's a great question. I think the most important thing for anyone in a SOC, and any analyst in a SOC, is true of any, I would say any early in career person in almost any job, is they want purpose. And if you look at and you tie together the hiring practices that I hinted at, bringing in a younger demographic of people who are more digitally native, that comes with a desire to have more of an impact. This is broadly speaking. So when I look at automation, I look at automation as a solve for how do we take mundane tasks off even an analyst's hands and put more impactful things in their hands, even if it's still fairly low in the operational workflow of your SOC, but the more meaningful work you can give anybody, the better they'll feel about their job. And what we see with our customers is, a very real example, perhaps this will help. We saw a customer who had a bank of analysts on 8-hour shifts looking at a whole host of social media platforms, as well as just manually reading blogs and just looking for risks that impacted their business. They had a heavy supply chain infrastructure in LATAM. And after working with us for a few months and us figuring out the best type of alerts to send them, they were able to free up the resources of those analysts and actually start to move them to building playbooks to deal with the alerts that they had, deal with the types of risks that they had already been finding. Now we were finding those risks for them, so they were actually working on the next step in the crisis workflow. So I love the idea that automation can pull away some of the more manual tasks, especially when it comes to scanning of information, and can put that resource, even if it's at a junior person, to something like building a playbook, working on a workflow, or even just being a collaborator to bring that information to other parts of your organization.
Fantastic. Well, no, that's really helpful. And on topic for the SOC of the future, we're dealing with a lot of those topics later on as well. But we are now out of time. So please give our wonderful speaker Michael a round of applause. I found the presentation very, very helpful, and we need some sort of applause sound. We haven't quite made it work. But yes, thank you. Jared is applauding. So we will see you soon, and thank you very much to Data Miner for supporting this event.
Thank you, Phelim. Thank you, everyone on the call. It was a pleasure to speak with you all today. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to info@dataminer.com. And I look forward to talking to some of you again. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And yes, please do reach out to Michael Affronti on LinkedIn and so on. He's there, and we're going to do a bit more social media. So please keep using that hashtag SOCFuture. It's doing rather well on Twitter and LinkedIn. Some wonderful faces in the audience. Nice to see a few people: Renata, Praviti, Prashant, Kai, Kevin. Still going strong. I'd like to now move the topic slightly, but keeping the threat intelligence subject to ask: is threat intelligence the core of the corporate security SOC of tomorrow? So I'm going to welcome to the stage our next panelists, Jeremy and Mike, and also James. And Joel might be dialing in from a telephone, so we'll see if we can catch him. Hi, Jeremy, how are you doing?
Great, thanks. Hello, everybody.
Nice to see you. Just getting our remaining panelists. So on our panel, as everybody ignites their videos, we have Jeremy Bennett, Head of Corporate Security at Swift. We've got Mike Lysett, Group Director of Security, HSD and Risk at De La Rue. James Morris, who's Head of Security Services, EMEA for Aon. And Prasan Dixit, Head of Global Security, Fidelity International. And Joel Whittaker should come in on a telephone call at some stage. Jeremy, nice to welcome you. How have you enjoyed everything so far?
Yeah, really interesting. Enjoyed the last presentation. Thanks, Colin.
Fantastic. Nice to see you, James. What's new for you? Is it COVID a thing of the past now, or is it still very much reality?
I wish it was a thing of the past, but I think it's still very much the focus, and I think ultimately trying to figure out where we go from here and what we deal with coming over the hill as well. So yeah, it's certainly a timely topic that you selected.
Sadly, but it makes for an interesting thing, and this virtual format is in fact very useful. So Prasan, maybe if we start with you, when we're thinking of threat intelligence and the corporate security SOC of tomorrow, what does threat intel for today's SOC actually look like?
Yeah, it's thank you everyone. So I think threat intelligence plays a vital role, and in fact in the present environment it's playing a vital role. Actually, it's a pivotal factor in terms of deciding how to go about it, how to support the business, how to support the team, in fact, who is supporting the business. And as we know, there are new ways of working, and because of this COVID-19 situation, everything is virtual these days. So you can't really go and work where you used to work. So everything is virtual, and I think it is very important in terms of looking at the physical aspect as well as the intellectual aspect of things, and feed in and make sure that your feeding of information or information sharing with your co-partners like cyber defense or business or risk or strategic groups, consistently.
No, I like it. Jeremy, what do you think then? In looking at whether or not threat intel is the core of corporate security SOCs, well, what on earth does it look like today?
I mean, today, I mean, it's definitely an important part of the corporate security environment. So understanding the tactics and techniques and procedures of our adversaries is hugely important, but also delivering that in a way that the business can understand. So the people on the ground, has been said in the previous panel session, and also that was reiterated earlier, is hugely important. So getting that information to those people who can action it, and I think that's how, certainly in my organization, that is how the threat intel team works today.
Okay, fantastic. Mike, are you still there?
Yeah, hi Philip, I'm here.
Fantastic. What could you paint a picture for us for your threat intel service at the moment, before we go on to threat intel of tomorrow? Can you just paint a picture, especially over the last few months?
Yeah, certainly. So really, the team's goal has been to really sort of detect, analyze, and respond to these threats. And as you know, over the last few months, that environment has changed, particularly as a lot of us have been home working, particularly as COVID-19 pandemic has been widespread globally. So the environment has changed, and we've been working really hard to aggregate a lot of information that's coming from a lot of sources, and then funneling out to the right piece of the business unit that needs that information, that would benefit from that information. And really, how do we turn that information, as we've discussed, into a real force multiplier for the business? So it's more than just cybersecurity, threat intelligence. It's in the geopolitical analysis space, it's a real enabler that not only protects the business but enables too. And that as I said the other day, that environment has changed substantially over the past few months, and certainly within UK went into lockdown late March, but dealing with a global business, dealing with a dynamic and changing environment.
Okay, so sticking with that dynamic environment and home working environment, James, what's this done to the need for threat intelligence now? Now everyone's working from home. Do you need suddenly a threat intel report on everybody's home address?
I think that the reality is that the need hasn't necessarily changed. So if you think about threat intelligence as something where you're looking to identify what are the threats to the business, communicate to the necessary stakeholders, that hasn't really changed. I can't honestly say that COVID has made that more necessary. What it's probably meant is that we've had to think a little bit more about what the threats are to the business. So it's not so much a question of do we need it more, it's more of a question of what we're looking at. And I think if we understand what intelligence is, it's not so much really what we're looking at is something that is always fluid. So if you're trying to develop an intelligence product, the need should never change as to whether you have it or not. It's more a question of what are we seeing as the threat to the business, and who are the people that we're communicating at. And I say threat, I also say what are the opportunities to the business, because as well as threat intelligence, we should also be looking at opportunity intelligence. So that, I don't think the need has changed. I think what this might have done for some companies or some individuals is created a scenario where they think the threat has changed. And again, we could probably discuss the impact of whether that's actually the case or not. But I would think that anyone who is now saying that this has created a need for threat intelligence has probably missed the understanding of what threat intelligence actually is.
No, I like that. And when we started doing these virtual events, back in March, the number of people who have been contacted to do a risk assessment of COVID,
Yeah,
bit late.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Preston, in the pre-conference call, you were talking a little bit about the challenge of virtual fraud and everyone working at home. Maybe that's a new or a slightly different area for threat intelligence. What do you think, Preston?
Yeah, so I think it's quite, we are well aware in terms of fraud is always on the high. But we have seen fraud, or when you read various reports, everyone has showed that when the COVID situation was evolving, when it started evolving, and people didn't have sufficient information, a lot of fraud opportunity was there, and people who are doing these type of things, they have taken opportunity. So I think their strategic work of doing fraud was brilliant. They have done a good amount of damage to people. That is one. Second thing is there is also a lot of fake news. So when we are doing about threat intelligence, or when we are talking about any sort of intelligence, business intelligence, risk intelligence, or threat intelligence, everything, combination of all, there is a lot of information out there. But in terms of how you process that information and who is processing that information and what you are trying to achieve out of that information, I think these are the key factors. And also it is about what business you are supporting, what is the appetite of business, because there is a lot of information. You do lots of research in terms of supporting the business, and what is the outcome of that, what is the the amount of advantage business or your employees will get out of it. I think that's the key factor. If you lose the focus on that, all the intelligence will go in vain. At the end of the day, what we want is everything. That's the tagline for everyone, right? But how you make it right, how you put it in the right perspective to the right audience, so that it is actionable, that's the key.
So yeah, actionability, and obviously when I use intelligence and data interchangeably, I get a tap on the risks, the wrists. What a Freudian slip was calling it risks. Jeremy, before we were then talking not just about insider threat and fraud. We were talking a little bit more about the end-to-end life cycle of a staff member. Does this working from home mean that our threat intel internally changes at all?
No, I don't think it changes. I think the old end-to-end the end-to-end life cycle of a staff member is definitely does, because I mean from the early stages of onboarding a new staff member, for instance, we go back to the corporate culture, understanding what the corporate culture is around security, how that's embedded within the organization, and that goes into the full life cycle. So and that goes back to the patching of systems. It's more difficult to patch systems when people are working more remotely and monitoring that. So the SOC's responsibility. But then of course you have people working remotely. They're not in the same office space. So threat intelligence and managing those remote workers, whether they're wherever they are in the world, and I think the real challenge for the threat intelligence area and in this whole employee life cycle is that the volume of data that's received by them, and able to manage that data and able to actually collate it and then create actionable information or intelligence from that. So I think the life cycle of the employee from joining to leaving the organization is critical to manage.
Okay, I like it. Well, Mike, are you still there?
Yeah, sorry, I had a few comms issues, but I'm back online now.
Perfect. Well, so if we're thinking about threat intel as the core of the SOC of the future, how do we know when we see effective threat intel anyway?
Yeah, that's a good question, because there's a lot of information coming in, and as we know, a lot of the modern SOCs are using more and more automation to become more effective and efficient. It's only by combining, that automation with highly skilled and competent analysts who can understand that data, who can, as I said before, who can aggregate it, who can make sure that the right stakeholders have the right information, and more importantly, at the right time, does it become a real asset to the business. So I think it's a combination of a couple of things. Certainly automation, there's so much out there. It can't be done by the human hand alone, but certainly having the effective analyst, and most importantly, the effective process behind it, that the right people get that right information.
Okay, then James, obviously this is a bit of a converged forum, and we've got cyber people, and we've got physical people, and we've got people in between. How would you, in corporate security, harness cyber threat intelligence? Or what would you like to do with that information? Because we talk about converging functions, we talk about breaking down silos. Beyond looking in the dark web for things about your principles, what are you going to do with such data?
I think I would always say that the value of a good intelligence product is it takes information, it analyzes that, and then it delivers it to me in a format that's relevant to what I'm trying to achieve. So, I might not necessarily need to know 90% of what's being found through cyber threat intelligence, but ultimately what I do want to know about is the stuff that's going to impact the physical security side of the business, or the physical side of the business. And I think that companies that have good threat intelligence programs are able to understand, and Mike just said, I think one of the key words here is the process that you have. So ultimately, catching all of the bits of information and all the bits of the data that are floating around, and grabbing the bits that are important about applying analysis to that, and then delivering a product that's valuable to the right business partners and to the right stakeholders. And you asked, what does good threat intelligence look like? What's effective threat intelligence? Well, the reality is that a threat intelligence program is a little bit like a metaphor for a security program in general, because actually sometimes good threat intelligence means that something doesn't happen, or there isn't an impact to your business. And how do you prove the value of a good threat intelligence program? Well, sometimes you can't. But ultimately, what I'm seeing companies dealing with now, and the way companies are responding to COVID, what I'm seeing interacting with companies and clients is that companies that have responded well have typically reacted early. And a good intelligence program allows you to do that. I think one of the big takeaways for COVID is that firstly, it could be a real boon for threat intelligence programs, because companies who've responded slowly and have been hit hard by this can be looking at this right now thinking, what did we miss? How did we miss this? Whereas what I've seen is that companies that have responded well may not have done a lot, but they took action early and they were decisive. And that action might just be as simple as validating the processes that you have in place. Well, a threat intelligence program allows you to do that. Cyber threat intelligence is going to be Cyrillic to me to what I'm looking at. So that's something that looks like that isn't an intelligence product in my mind. An intelligence product is something that takes the information and puts it into a format that I need to have, that I need to be able to action. So I think that's the difference between an information program and ultimately what is a valuable threat intelligence program. And again, sorry, the other point again, it's not just, again, I keep using the word threat. I keep talking about threat. It isn't just threat. Ultimately, a good intelligence program focuses on opportunities as well. We talked about business enabling. We've talked about how we support the business. We talked about how we add value to what we do from the business. It's by identifying opportunities early. An intelligence program can allow you to do that. And again, COVID has been a good example of that. Who were the companies that have thrived because of COVID? Again, I've identified opportunities early, and I do think a good intelligence program allows you to do that. I think it's the bedrock that you can build a good security program on.
And I like specifically, a lot of the cyber threat intelligence might be Cyrillic to you. I like that. But at the same time, you don't need a degree in metallurgy to operate a firearm. You just need to know that it conforms to standards. So perhaps this is the future where we can have it. Prashant in the audience says, what's the risk of hackers also subscribing to threat intel and then taking evasive or course corrections to stay under the radar? I suppose it's a bit of an arms race. Who would like to take that one? I don't want to give it to anyone in particular. No.
Yeah, I'll have a go if nobody else wants to. I mean, look, I think ultimately it's an ongoing struggle, right? It's the same as anything you do. You put in place a security mitigation, somebody tries to defeat it. You raise your mitigations to the highest level possible, and then you go back to the fundamentals all over again. I mean, ultimately, again, a threat program is the same as a security program. It's constant adaptation. It's constantly trying to keep ahead of the people who are trying to defeat your program, and I don't think this is any different. Anything that's open source, anything that's available on the internet, we have to assume that other people have access to it as well. So it just means we have to keep responding.
Definitely. So
yeah, Phelim, Just my, yeah, I totally agree there. This is nothing new. This is not an evolving threat from people capitalizing on information. It's a constant. And again, a lot of information that's threat intelligence or enabling information, a lot of it is coming from open source. So we've got to assume that other people will see it anyway. As I said, it's just keeping those processes new, modern, invigorated, like updating your operating system on your phone. If you're keeping on top of it, having the latest operating system, you're going to hopefully stay ahead of the curve. If you're dealing with stale reporting intelligence, threat reporting, etc., you're going to be behind the curve. It's just, like a phone, like an operating system, making sure that you've got the latest version.
Yeah, and also just to add is that irrespective of where you come from, if you don't understand the tactics, techniques, and procedures of your adversaries, then you're going backwards. So whether it's physical or cyber, it's irrelevant. It is really understanding and understanding what's actually happening in the broader environment, and then you can understand the threat today or tomorrow, but that threat will evolve or that risk will evolve, and then you then you go through the cycle again of understanding that, and then process it, and then action it, then go through the process again. It's irrespective of what field you're in.
Preston, you're on mute.
In simple words, if I say, it is like a circuit run. You continue to run, but at the same time, in other words, you can say people who sweat in peace, they don't bleed in war. So that means you need to continuously assess what is happening, how you are evolving, how your adversaries, or how the people who try to hurt you are evolving, how you can, and plus how good you are prepared, your processes are there, plus system wise, what controls you have.
Yeah, and another point, sorry, jumping in again, is also sharing with the community. So it's not like your own organization should be a silo. It's sharing with other, whether it's within the same industry or broader, and using the experiences that you have and sharing them, and leveraging that support and that understanding. And I think that's sometimes we're very shy about that, but hopefully that improves as well in the future.
Which then plugs into this idea that we were talking about before, threat intelligence or intelligence as a SOC business enabler. So
yes,
which then means that we don't need to have an all singing, all dancing showroom to impress management. It's the intelligence that is going to ultimately impress them. Hopefully. But no, this is very interesting. There's a lot of directions we could go with it, and I'm conscious that in presenting the data, we have a presentation afterwards on the SIEM and the dashboard and presenting and so on and so forth. But this has been a very, very interesting look. Hopefully we can develop the SOC of the future through threat intel in this way. We've had a look at what it looks like now, virtual working, virtual fraud, end-to-end life cycle of staff member, what good intelligence actually looks like, cyber threat intel, and then SOC as a business enabler. So I think that's really good. Ellie very much agrees, by the way, with Jeremy. We got a nice comment in the audience. Kai likes what James and everyone's saying. So we're now out of time. Please give our wonderful panel, Mike, Jeremy, James, and Prasan, a wonderful virtual round of applause. And we got clapping in the audience. We got clapping in the chat box. I can confirm. Jared is applauding.
Cheers, Paul.
There you go. All right. I will see you in the audience, and I look forward to seeing you at another event.
Thanks very much.
Phelan.
All righty. Just there we go. Nearly moving on. So it's being a bit of a tour de force today, isn't it? We're grappling with this SOC topic, and already we're going down a few different rabbit warrens. We've had a look at threat intel, we've had a look at virtual SOCs, we've had a look at SOCs as showrooms, cyber threat intelligence. It's quite a smorgasbord. But what do we do to bring it all together? Well, that's perhaps for my next speaker, Richard Cassidy, to have a look at. Richard, are you there?
I'm on mute, but I'm not now any longer.
Fantastic. Well, Richard is the Senior Director of Security Strategy EMEA at Exabeam. I've tried to welcome you to a number of events, so I'm really pleased to be able to welcome you today. You're very much in demand. How are you doing?
Very good. Yeah, very good indeed. Thank you so much. And wonderful to be here and a part of this. So I'm very grateful. And hopefully, as you said, kind of try to tie it all together, give people a bit of an understanding of kind of how we got here, where we are now, and more importantly, where it's going, and some food for thought about things that you probably hadn't considered as something that's going to be a part of your SOC of the future.
Fantastic. Well, I yield the rest of my time. No, I give you the floor, and I look forward to your presentation.
Great. Well, I'm hoping that you can see my slides okay. If not, let me know.
It's all good.
Wonderful. Good. Okay. Well, there's a lot to get through. But let's get started, or else we'll find we'll have no time. This is a big subject. I mean, how do we bring it all together? What is it that we're kind of facing as existential challenges today? What's kind of changed? What hasn't changed? We could talk about some of these point topics in isolation for hours. So I'm going to touch on a couple of things briefly. But let me give you a bit of a background as to how I'm here and why you would even bother listening to me, to be fair. So I've been in industry for about 20 years. I've worked in all sort of areas of technology, really, truly. Started way back in the day of ASIC-based firewalls when the industry needed something different to Checkpoint and Nokia and Linux-based kind of, sort of rule-based IP tables, and then kind of moved through various iterations, right? So, unified threat management to kind of the early days of cloud security, and then endpoint and network access control, and then spent a number of years building out a European SOC, got involved in threat intelligence, counter-intelligence operations on behalf of corporations, so a fancy way of kind of sort of doing the counter APT group stuff, and then joined Exabeam, and I'm looking after their security strategy. So really kind of a very SOC, threat intel, threat hunting background, which is quite apt given that this is all about the SOC of the future. So what I'm going to talk about will be a lot of my experiences, what I've seen, and also a lot of what I've studied and researched to kind of be coming down the sort of pipeline. So hopefully you'll find some of, if not all of it, very interesting. I don't just do security. I have other hobbies. I like to do rugby and coach it. And I also work in the NHS part-time in an ambulance. I do more than just drive it, but I do frontline sort of ambulance work too. So that's kind of a hobby which I really enjoy. Very different contrast to crisis management in the security world, but actually not too dissimilar in terms of how you sort of tackle the problems and how you respond to the issues that you're dealing with. And one quote that I'd like to be remembered for is that I hope that the next big trend in coding is security. I say that very tongue-in-cheek because a lot of this challenges that we're facing today will be down to what I kind of call the age of errorism. And I'll talk more about that in a moment. So without further ado, let's kind of jump into the meat of what we really are here to talk about. And if I look up at my screen, it's because that's where my presentation is. My web camera is a bit lower than I wanted it to be. So forgive me if I don't look you straight in the eye, but either way, it's the content that's more important than my face, I'm sure. So what does the SOC of the present look like? I've seen hundreds of SOCs, genuinely, no lie. I've been across hundreds of organizations from military to commercial, and I've seen a lot of different SOC setups, but I'll tell you that the common kind of theme as we knew it pre-COVID-19 was this SOC environment. And, it's your typical kind of team-based approach, right? Certain teams focus on particular streams of investigations and analysis. Then those teams bleed into each other. And then you kind of have your escalation groups that kind of look at tier 2, tier 3. But essentially, this is really what you're looking at. It's this kind of war room, Hollywood type view of all of the data streams. And that's typically fronted by a management team and then other various processes built around it. And we've all become very comfortable with this view of the SOC or the SOC of the present. But what it's actually become is pretty much this. And you know, if there's one thing that's changed drastically in security operations, it's the fact that your operations teams are now working in a very distributed fashion. Now, don't get me wrong, we have always had a distributed SOC function, but it's more been distributed in terms of office locations. What we're seeing here is analysts, whether you're tier 1 to tier 3, your threat intel hunting teams, your incident response teams, forensics teams, red teams, blue teams, purple teams, have had to work from home, obviously. And that's created a lot of challenges for the sort of traditional processes that have been in place around the SOC infrastructures and architectures. And it has affected productivity, and it's affected essentially your responsiveness to particular security incidents. And it's not just the fact that we're working remotely, it's all the distractions that come with it. And if anybody has any one of these things in their lives, you'll understand that productivity has become a very different beast in the new kind of environment that we're all finding ourselves operating in. And to one of the earlier points, the industry's really moved on 5 to 7 years in terms of acceleration of this kind of model. And we're still kind of getting used to the human factors elements that are affecting how we operate efficiently from security operations. And I'm going to include in that governance, risk, and compliance, because they're all super important in terms of the whole kind of ecosystem. Security isn't just an isolated part of the business. It's part of a wider ecosystem of governance, risk, and compliance, as we've talked about earlier. So you have to take into account all of these distractions, and that people don't really work 9 to 5 anymore. Shift work patterns are very different for SOC analysts and for GRC teams. And we have to find a better way to kind of help people, collaborate better, get recognition for a job well done, find bad stuff, fix bad stuff, and report it effectively to the relevant layers that are going to understand that this is working and operational. And these are all big terms, and I will come back to how we can kind of start to implement things and functions to get to that point, or that panacea in kind of the new reality. And I'm calling it reality 2.0.1. Because there's going to be so many different iterations of what we think reality is over the coming quarters and certainly months. I have a unique perspective on COVID because I work in NHS. I get access to all the kind of COVID-19 briefings from a sort of a medical healthcare perspective. So, I'm acutely aware of kind of when we're expecting different waves, how that's affecting different counties, specifically in the UK, because that's where I work. And there are going to be lots of left and right turns, U-turns on policy. We'll be in mini lockdowns in various cities. You've already seen it happen in the UK, in Leicester. That's going to just become this haphazard nature of working. So, don't for a second think that we're kind of coming out of it and it's all going to return back to normal. We are coming out of it, but normality is not what we'd ever had experienced in the past. So we have to think about things from two different perspectives, right? We have to look at it from a corporation's view, and we have to look at it from an attacker's view. So as a corporation, really the first thing you've experienced, and if you haven't, you will, is that your business is making decisions faster than your operational teams can react. And that's not because you're not efficient as an organization at reacting. It's because, necessity is the mother of all invention, and need is the mother of all sort of progression. So your employees will be doing things in a way that just works for them. And it's not traditional shadow IT. That's not what I'm talking about. It's just better ways to collaborate, faster ways to collaborate outside of the corporate kind of accepted framework. We talked earlier about, bring your own device and bring your own software. This is the problem. When you extend the corporate location and kind of break down the old Jericho forum walls, right? And we truly have distributed corporation networks now. The home office is now the new cubicle. That is where your security practices now extend to. And we'll talk about some of the risks there in a moment. And the challenge, I'd say the biggest challenge for corporations outside of those two kind of technical ones are frameworks and best practices. And in one of the previous panel discussions, a very good point was brought up. If you don't evolve your security frameworks and best practices frameworks to kind of manage this new sort of accelerated shift to cloud and security practices in the cloud, and accelerated shift to kind of new investigation and forensics practices in this kind of distributed environment, you're going to find that the time to respond, the time to mitigation, which is a really key element, is going to just be substantially longer than you've ever been used to. And that presents a massive issue, because at the end of the day, it's the window of opportunity that we present to the attacker that is the biggest risk to kind of the biggest risk sort of tangibly to our business, because the breach attempts will happen. You know, you would be unwise to believe that you're not going to be a target of some breach attempt. And it's not because you may be targeted, it's because you get caught up in the vast net of automation that the cyber criminals and attackers have at their disposal. And that brings me nicely into kind of what's the attacker nation view of the world? What's their new reality? Well, you know, social engineering has entered a golden age because of this distributed work environment. And I really think the industry, you know, and I'm talking more about the organizations that we rely on to provide our services, whether it's banking, finance, whether it's insurances, you know, home internet connectivity, you know, when do you ever get to question them on their security credentials, right? And I know a lot of organizations are starting to kind of build in multi-factor authentication via sort of mobile devices to prove who they are. But when is the last time you questioned, you know, your car insurer when they ask you to identify who you are and give your, you know, your mother or father's maiden name, or provide some level of detail about your date of birth or your password? You know, it's very sort of unidirectional, and that has to change. And that plays into the hands of the attacker. They understand it's so much easier to deceive you now because they can appear to be anybody they like. And that's something that we've seen a massive rise in. And the stats prove it, right? We always known that social engineering attacks are the most prevalent problem that we're facing. You know, I think over 97% in a recent survey of all attacks are social engineering based. So, you know, and that only had a massive uptick in the recent COVID-19 challenges that we've all been facing during lockdown. But I'll move on because I could labor that point far too long. And then, as I said earlier, automation and AI has become a huge mainstay of the attacker, and it has been for quite some time. I've been giving presentations on how attackers automate, you know, for probably the last 8 years. In fact, I still think one of those presentations is one of the top 5 SANS security webinars because it's still relevant. And that was 5 years ago. I did a webinar on kind of these automation techniques. And if I look at the tools that I talked about, you know, Google Docs, Harvester, Hydra, you know, there's still tools that are embedded now into Kali Linux versions and Metasploit kind of tools. And then let's not even talk about the shadow brokers data leak, right? And NSA sort of tools. So if you didn't understand how well automated attackers were in the past, the leaks from the NSA and their capabilities should have shown you that they were light years ahead of what you probably thought they were from an industry perspective. And then the final piece to talk about in the new reality, and this isn't to scaremonger, all right? I'm not here to worry you as an organization or security practitioner or manager or you know, C-level decision maker. It's just to give you that wider, broader perspective of what we're seeing as an industry. And it's the age of errorism. And what I mean by that is, if social engineering stroke kind of phishing attacks, which are all focused on credentials, by the way, you know, 99% of attacks want credentials. And we'll talk about why that is in a little bit later. The other very second close, if not joint first, is configuration errors, right? IoT has proven that. How many IoT products shipped in the past 10 years, and I don't even have to, you know, I could say past year, let alone 10, that had default password states set, that didn't encrypt the data from smart TVs to the vendor's back end, you know, smart kettles, weighing scales that were very easy you know, could be very easily attacked, and you know, and data used there to be able to gain access to home Wi-Fi networks, things like this. How many IP cameras are on the internet today that are open? You only have to go to, you know, various exploit sites to just get a web link saying these are all the known open IP cameras out there, you know. So, and that's just down to poor security coding practices and best practices shipping of those technologies. And the error rate in our infrastructures hasn't changed. I mean, how many times have, and I'm not blaming administrators, all right? We're only as good as the vendor documentation. But, you know, I'm not going to pick on Microsoft as much as I should. I probably could. And it's not just Microsoft, it's lots of vendors have the same problem, but, you know, versions of Internet Information Server having default password sets enabled so that you could kind of get access to entire back ends of these servers, you know, default passwords and identity access management tools enabled. The list goes on, right? Or people deploying, you know, things code live in various iterations of web applications with, you know, GitHub open repositories which contain secret keys to your AWS account. And that still happens today, okay? So, you know, and attackers know that. They've known it for some time. They rely on the human factor element more so than they rely on the sophistication techniques that they have, because cyber criminals are inherently lazy. The path of least resistance is what it's all about. And if they can get the biggest bang for their buck with the least possible, you know, investment of their time and effort, they'll do that. And that's kind of grown a what I call a compromise as a service underground. Which, you know, says that if I really just want to make a quick sort of buck or euro or pound or whatever the currency is that you deal in, and these days it's all Bitcoin, by the way, I just have to sell maybe just an email address or some personal identifiable data. If that leads to a wider breach, then I'll get some commission off of that. It's its own financial ecosystem that you would just be astounded by if you did some research and kind of how these cyber criminal sort of monetization systems work. So you have to understand that any amount of your data has a value to these groups, because it can pivot them into other contacts and areas of interest that you probably hadn't even considered or connected the dots on. So again, Reality 2.0.1 is not about saying run for the hills, you know, we don't have a way of solving these problems. We do. It's just about saying these are the things you need to think about if you haven't already when we think about what the SOC of the future should look like and should be. But what is the SOC? And what does it look like? And how's it got here, right? So, you know, I'm not going to go through this in great detail because these slides will be available for you, and I only have so much time to talk about it. But we're kind of, you know, moving to the sort of the next gen SOC, really, is what people are kind of calling it. And that's really the convergence of all the old stuff we used to do very well, and probably aren't doing as well as we used to, like managing patches and virus revision versions on endpoints and servers, and you know, kind of bringing together all of those threat intel functions, using our intrusion prevention data, using our authentication information, and bringing in kind of TTP data from MITRE ATT&CK framework, things like this, bringing this all together to give us a more cognitive security kind of play. And we still follow, to a large extent, the kind of 3-tier model, right? So you kind of got your initial triage investigation team, you kind of have a deeper analysis team that are a little bit more tech sort of savvy, and they should include, if they don't already, branches into kind of your DevOps, your application development teams, things like this. We'll talk about the software development lifecycle in a moment. And then you've got the much revered tier 3 or the incident response team that are apparently the kind of white hats or gray hat-esques of your SOC that kind of know how to do the counterintelligence operations and go after the APT groups and kind of know their TTPs backwards. And actually, although that's a standard SOC model, the SOC of the future is going to change that significantly, because we're going to see a lot of these tiered analyst approaches collapse into kind of a single person, and automation's going to remove largely the need for tier 1, potentially tier 2, and supercharge your existing analyst teams to get really stuck into more of the more critical, deeper analysis stuff that's going to make a big difference in protecting your business assets. So what you also have to understand is if you're looking at truly getting the SOC right, you have to invest in that. And don't think that outsourcing for any second is going to solve all your problems. I'll talk about that in a moment. Outsourcing is a valid option, but it shouldn't be your only option when it comes to sort of managing security operations. But let's just talk about staffing. That's the biggest challenge. You know, you can bring in technology to do a lot of the kind of clever stuff, if you want to call it that, but you still need people on the other side to map what that data is telling you into business context, based outcomes. So, you know, and here's kind of what the industry thinks is minimum staffing and SOC levels. And actually, one of the things you should note is, you know, and I've done some research and some of this I can associate to other people, but I'll just give you the facts. You know, if you think about the average organization receives 100,000 plus alerts per day, even if you half that and went to 50,000, you know, how long do they spend on investigating each of the alerts that are actionable, right? And that's a key thing. It's about 25 minutes, right? So even if you took 10% of that figure, you know, you're looking at hundreds of people to staff your SOC. So automation has to be a part of that, but you've got to do it in a very smart way. And we'll talk about this, you know, towards the middle of this presentation. But what have I seen across all facets of organizations and teams in the SOC world, right? What are the top tasks that every single SOC have aligned on that I've spoken to? Well, these are those. You know, compliance and risk management, and these are in no particular order, is a big driver of SOC. I mean, when you think about how boards look at investing in SOC operations, and even decision makers, let's go down from the board for a moment, just to internal stakeholders, it's compliance and risk management that's the big driver. If I can't meet my compliance and risk management outcomes, then trying to get budget to invest in it is pretty hard, or at least to increase budget to bring in technologies that are going to sort of change the game and supercharge your capabilities. So that's always been the common sort of, you know, requirement in a SOC environment. And then you look at things like triaging alerts. If this is what the SOC analysts are doing, right? And of those alerts, what are the top 4 that I've ever heard being discussed? Well, phishing is no surprise. Account lockouts are a massive problem for organizations, especially in the distributed working environment that COVID-19's presented. And then let's not even talk about your processes and how you're going to respond to all of these ridiculously high number of account lockouts that we've been seeing over the past 3 months. And we'll continue to see. That's not going to go away. Even pre-COVID, it was still a big problem. Malware is obviously there in DLP. And we could do a completely separate webinar on the DLP challenges. But the commonality between these triage alert problems is the sheer rate of them. And the SOC of the future has to have the ability to kind of detect the real signals from the noise. And that's something I'll tackle in a moment. And then you've got the sort of other usual suspects. But one that's kind of new and that's growing fast in terms of what SOC operations are having to deliver as a service to an organization is audit, legal, and HR fulfillment requirements. And I call this the fast binary requirement of the SOC team. HR will typically come to a SOC within an organization and ask for a black and white question, right? I need to know what user A has done over this period of time, and can you present that data to me? So it's kind of a HR sort of investigation trail. Legal will have very similar requests, and so will audit. So you just have to be able to present that data, replay those kind of chain of events very quickly. But actually, they're moving away from just the sort of fast binary needs. They're also looking for proactive kind of indicators of intellectual property theft or internal fraud, as an example. I see a lot of this in finance organizations, especially as it comes to Swift-based fraud detection. Again, a separate track, not for this event, but just be aware that if you're not seeing HR, legal, and audit coming to your SOC operations, well, they will be coming to one soon, very closely to you. So there you go. I mean, I could labor the point on these top sort of tasks for a SOC, but it's certainly something that if you're not seeing, you're going to start seeing massively so. But then let's flip that on its head, right? We talk about SOC of the future, but if we don't understand the misconceptions that we see, how do we kind of get to that point of what a good future SOC should look like? These are mine, by the way. These are the kind of things I've built up over the years of this common misconceptions that I've actually heard from organizations that I've gone in to kind of consult on their SOC architectures and kind of business alignment outcomes for. And even at Exabeam, this is kind of the conversation that we're having with every organization when it comes to supercharging and transforming their SOC operations. The first will be, oh, breach. I don't have a breach problem. I've not been breached. And I only have to ask one question to really kind of make the room go silent and make people introspect that that's just a ridiculous statement to make, is how would you know that you've had a breach? And actually the breach almost always never starts when the attacker shows up. A breach will have been something that's been bubbling for months, if not years beforehand. And I'm not talking about just what the attacker's doing. I'm talking about the lack of good process, the lack of good data, the lack of good controls around that data, inspection. All these things build up like a house of cards that can fall down super easy to a very poor state of security and data analytics that leads to the breach. So if you're thinking you've not been breached, then you have to be able to answer, how would you know? And if you can't answer that, then we need to move on and think about how we get there. I hear a lot about, I don't care about users. It's all about, network analysis data, and then it's all about the endpoint, and it's all about the application. The credential is the key focus of most malware attacks. I mean, go look at the recent 5 biggest threats. I don't even have to tell you, and you'll notice that either they started with some phishing campaign that stole a credential, or some malware that was dropped onto an endpoint that managed to escalate privileges to get credential, whatever it is, right? Once those credentials are found, once the user's data is compromised, then the ability to laterally move is quite it's quite profound. And so if you're not focusing on your users and credentials, and you don't have capabilities in place to track credential misuse, and I'm not just talking about an insider threat, I'm talking also about the negligent insider, the external threats as well, you're in a pretty bad place when it comes to your perception of your current SOC capabilities. I'm not going to go through this list one by one, because if I did, we would run out of time. But one of the other things I want to talk about is organizations that say, I need end-to-end automation. I mean, just think about that for a second. Are you really going to automate end-to-end your entire security operations process? Because the machine doesn't have the concept of business context. It doesn't understand, what it is that really matters to your organization. Now, it can have context in areas of those, but the ultimate decision onto whether to shut down an application, to quarantine an employee's endpoint, to suspend an employee for a potential IP theft activity, doesn't come down to the machine. It has to come down to an operations function. So automation makes sense in some areas of security ops and governance and risk and compliance, but it doesn't in others. So it's adopting automation where automation makes sense. And to answer that question, where does automation make sense? It makes sense where the CPU can perform the task faster than the human can, right? And that's looking at things like, how many times am I seeing a login from point A to point B, and is that login normal or abnormal? What day of what time of day does a user access this data? Have they ever accessed it at all? Those decisions can be made by the CPU much quicker than having to manually triage all those alerts. That's one example. And then you take automation from the triage to the response. Phishing is a great example on automation where it makes sense. Where else have I seen this email go? What were the artifacts of the email that potentially pose a risk to my business? You don't want to have to manually extract that data from what's already there. Let automation techniques sort of build your playbooks out where it can help, so that your analysts, your GRC teams are freed up to be able to do much more in terms of proper mitigation controls, and also redefine the processes that allowed it to get to that point in the first place. So there you go. These are some examples. And then the last one is, it's okay, my managed security service provider handles my security. Again, it comes back to who knows your business best. And, when you get alerts from a kind of a joint partnership with a security service provider, you need some level of process and control in there that makes sure those alerts that you're getting really do matter. And you're not going to find yourself in the same problem by outsourcing security services, but still having to handle so much more data points than you probably thought you did, because that security service provider probably doesn't have a great understanding of your business. So these are some of the misconceptions you should just try to avoid, especially when we think about kind of building the SOC of the future processes. Right, so I'm going to kind of speed up the pace a little bit. I'm feeling keep me honest on my time and what I have left. I don't want to make this go any longer than it needs to.
Yeah, well, no, thanks for that. We only have like a couple of minutes, but we have a nice question from Nathan Monchin. He comes in and says, what are your thoughts on how to bridge the gap, the operating rhythm of the organization relative to its internal and external environmental challenges you mentioned earlier? This was a question early on in your presentation.
Yeah, so the key thing here is we have to be able to handle much more data in a way that gives us actionable business outcomes like never before. And actually, one of the slides I'll share up on the screen because we're talking about it is this human versus machine concept. So what we've been doing before is trying to building static processes to be able to say, well, if I find X, that means Y needs to occur. But the problem is finding X and then letting Y occur. These are very manual processes in the past. So what we need to be doing is adopting automation, right? Bringing in the right data sets, because not all data matters. This is a key concept you have to get your head around. As an organization, you should be questioning why you should be recording certain data streams versus others, because that's a sensible way to tackle it. Because if you make the people that own the data, the custodians of that data, question themselves why it's important, to whom it's important, then you're better able to build a process of automation that handles it. And if anything goes wrong, if there are any variances or deviations outside of what you're seeing, it goes to the right teams quickly. And that's a new process, a new thought methodology that we probably haven't adopted before, that allows you to sort of get to this new best practices framework for any data set that you bring on board, for any new product or service that you deploy, because you're looking at it with a very different lens. You're not just putting it into a big data lake and hoping that, you know, your old correlation rules and processes will find bad stuff. You don't find bad stuff by applying an old legacy view to new data problems.
No, I love it. And, you know, this is such a broad topic. It's really useful to have a presentation just like this to sort of how do we you know, put it all together? How do we, you know, put it into a theme? So I really like it. I like that. You'll catch up.
I think it's a good point. Well, yeah, there's a lot more to talk about. But again, this presentation is available offline, so you'll be able to see the notes. But this is one concept I think the industry needs to be aware of. This is something new that I'd like to bring to industry, and it's called data weaponization. And I think as organizations, one of the biggest shifts we can make with our data is stop taking the defender's mindset on what we have. Stop trying to wrap your arms around your data sets and protect it from something. Weaponize it, right? Use the advent of machine learning and AI to proactively look through your data to find things of interest, to give you the competitive edge over who you're competing with, to be able to take the fight back to the attackers by proactively hunting their TTPs, by looking at anomalies and putting them into process and streamlined functions that allow you to really start to use your data to basically gain the upper hand competitively and from an attacker's perspective. So again, stop building a fence around your data, start using your data to attack back, both competitively and from a security perspective. And the technologies that are in the marketplace today are allowing us to do that, right? We have the capability. It's just about bringing it all together now to start using our data to go and actively find things of interest to help us, not wait for it to happen and respond.
Brilliant. Proactivity, SOC of the future. It's so many topics, so little time.
Indeed.
I think this is great. Can I plop your email down in the chat box?
Absolutely. I'm happy to talk and expand on any of these subjects with anybody that would like to, because it's always good to share ideas. And there's a lot of stuff here which we didn't get to cover, but as I said, it's more of an offline thing for you to read in the slide notes when they're shared out as part of this event later.
Fantastic. Well, Richard, thank you very much. Please give Richard a wonderful virtual round of applause. I think we're going to need some sort of applause sound. Nathan says, excellent, thank you. Clapping going on. So that's really good. Amit G is applauding as well. So that's really
I appreciate the feedback. Thank you so much, everybody. I look forward to speaking to you as well. So thanks again, Phelim.
Thanks, Richard. I'll see you soon. Fantastic. Yes, nice to see some new faces. Nice to welcome Amit, AJ, Pramod is still here, Tyler's here, Tommy's here, Susanna's here, Sacha's here, Richard. I'm just down on the alphabet. Just a few shout outs to some people that logged on. So that's really nice. Michael as well. Yes. Now, so we've had a look at a large variety of topics, but in the first of a few now what type of panels, we're looking at the SOC analysts of the future, because we've talked quite often about keeping them entertained and focused, motivated, and the question of automating several different functions. So I'll just welcome up our next panelists, and I'll give them all a little introduction. Hi, Brandon. How are you doing?
Good. How are you feeling?
Yes, doing all right. Having a good day. Nice to see you, Michael. How are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you?
Yes, nice. Where are you based out of today, Michael?
I am in Phoenix, Arizona.
Perfect. How's the situation there?
Apparently, there's been a lot of kissing booths out here, and we're unfortunately the hot spot in the U.S. I think we're number one for COVID, unfortunately. So we're back in quarantine and lockdown. So we went a step backwards.
Okay. Well, these things happen. It may well happen in other places. So it's really good. So on our panel today, we have a mixture of specialists looking at this, SOC analyst question. We've got Brandon Shafikani, Executive Director at Samaritan Protective Services. We have Michael Bonner, Security Operations Manager at Allegan, which we just spoke to. We've got Adrian Parankushta, Head of SOC Services at Arcfire over in Dublin, I think. Yep. And we've got Gerrit Kortlever, SOC Specialist at Deloitte, Netherlands. So a really, interesting panel. Why don't we start off with you, Brandon? Obviously, we've got people specializing in the physical SOC and cyber SOC, but what's an analyst today?
Well, an analyst is it's in its very nature of the word is to analyze information, come up with solutions, and pass that information on to the end user, whoever that may be. So at the end of the day, a SOC or a GSOC or a Tactical Operations Center, whatever you want to call it, EOC, the whole job is to take in information, process it, and push it out. And that's what the analyst of today and tomorrow is going to have to learn how to be adaptable to new technologies and new protocols. And COVID-19 is a prime example of how we're having to change our day-to-day operations. No longer are we stuck in a smoke-filled dark room of a SOC, where our analysts are on a phone or a laptop at home or in the back of an SUV. So things are definitely changing.
Yeah, mobile, remote working, perhaps virtual. Michael, who do you see as the analyst of today?
So that's a great question that is constantly evolving, at least for me. So I think, in the Exabeam presentation, they had a nice breakdown of kind of the evolution of the SOC and where it's going. And I think right now, my SOC is currently in the middle of, clearly threat hunting and moving into the ML world. And that's the direction that I'm trying to take most of my employees. And you kind of mentioned it as soon as we came in, how do we keep our analysts entertained? How do we make sure that they're constantly challenged? They're finding new threats. They're going through new risks. And it's been a big challenge, but moving into threat hunting has addressed some of that. And then now moving into ML modeling with specific technologies is really giving a lot of my analysts a better idea of what's going on inside of an enterprise. Because now we're looking at large data sets with data analytics tools and then figuring out the use case and the actual outcome of what we were trying to get with correlation rules in the past. right? Where maybe we don't necessarily care about the, hey, if there's 5 failed logins and 1 successful one, what I care about is there someone who has logged into a machine uniquely? You know, we've never seen it on that machine before, and that's built with an ML model. And so that's been a really great way for me to challenge my analysts, to help them grow, help them understand the actual data that's out there, the use cases, and how to define success for a customer.
Okay, no, that's good. We keep them on their toes, keep them motivated. AJ, you know, who is the analyst for you? And is it unfair that we say that maybe they need more motivation? I don't know. Is that an unfair premise?
Well, of course, it's fair and unfair. Where a lot of analysts, what I call on our side, they are detectives. They are cyber criminal detectives in actual fact, because they're constantly fighting, triaging a lot of threats. The key thing is they suffer from chronic alert fatigue. You have a lot of alerts that are just bombarded rather than fine-tuning them, asking your analyst team to focus on the quality of the threat. They face a challenge where they have the quantity of alerts to get through. And I think that's one of the major challenge for our analyst team. So who are these analysts, and what's evolving as a SOC analyst is they're moving away, as Michael said, with bringing in UEBA and ML into picture. We are moving away from traditional threats or alerts to the next generation threats and alerts, where you look at a change or a behavioral change on how the end users may be behaving. And that's one of the key things that will help motivate analysts. The other key areas that can motivate analysts is, as Richard was showing in his one of his presentation, are the analysts treated as puppets? Do you actually treat them as sock puppets? And things are changing. We are in an era of information overload. So if you constantly give that exposure for analysts, they fail. So you need to, as an organization, you need to make your analyst or the SOC team as an integral part of your organization, where you build your SOC with AI, ML. You integrate your SIM technologies, your ITSM technologies with business intelligence. Have a single pane of glass. Reduce the quantity of alerts and information that they have, and help your analyst team to focus on the quality of the threats and help them to detect. And of course, one of the key things that I would always say is, not only you make them an integral part of your organization, but start looking at your SOC team, not only looking at detecting threats, but responding threats. So that's where everything is moving. Every cybersecurity space is evolving. Threats are evolving. So are analysts. So are our businesses. So if we wait for analysts to pass it over to someone else, and then other teams should take an action, why do you do that? Analysts have information. They know it's a threat. You encourage and empower them with threat intelligence information, and automate those responses where, well, I would say human automation rather than completely rely on technology automation, but try to defend those threats at an early stage of an attack rather than waiting for someone else to defend those attacks.
I like it. Moving towards, allowing remediation. And you're right. It took until Richard's presentation for our first joke about socks with the sock puppets. I can't believe it took until then to have a joke. There's loads of others, knock your socks off and all that. But Garrett, is that where we're seeing this moving from detection towards mitigation and remediation, or is that the analyst of the future?
Oh yeah, I think so. I think as you see a lot of security operating centers moving the tool stack that they are using in their detective and response tool technology, you see that the toolkit that the analyst has to move along with it. And part of a security operating center is, of course, your people, your processes, and your technology. Well, if you change your technology, you also have to change your processes, and you have to change part of your people. Not having said that you have to, get rid of some of the people you have and get new ones in, but you have to allow these people to develop themselves, to allow to change to the new future, to the new state, to the new technology stack. So part of it will be that the analysts will become more and more involved and used to using tools like SOAR tooling or EDR tooling that we see a lot of security operating centers integrate into their processes. So on one end, you have the technological part that they have to become aware of. How do I manage these tools? How do I use these tools to the full extent? But then also embed that into their soft skills and personal skills. So if you have an EDR tool, all of a sudden you have a lot more visibility on these endpoints. That means that you have a lot more context to figure out what is normal, what is abnormal. And for a part, you can automate that in your SOAR tooling, but for another part, it's also the human being taking a decision whether or not to move forward. And I think that the analyst of the future will have to evolve him or herself, into that role to not only be an analyst, but also be able to take a decision on where we should move if you find an incident or a breach or a suspicious breach on your network.
Okay, well then, are we then talking about the normal dynamic between insourcing and outsourcing, where either it's always going to be an issue and you always got to give an analyst something a bit more interesting to do, or you make it someone else's problem? Just like you hear those sparkly box AI solutions out there, and it turns out it's banks of desks of individuals without faces. Are we shifting the problem by outsourcing it, or is there any way to engage them more, Gerrit? I don't know. Is that ever going to be solved?
I think that either by outsourcing or insourcing your SOC doesn't really change the challenge of having your people challenged in their day-to-day jobs. I like the example that AJ made about the detective. Like the SOC analyst is like a detective. But let's pull it even further. I think maybe SOC analyst is a journalist. So imagine that you're a journalist, but you're investigating the same case, or you're writing the same article over and over and over again. I can imagine that being a journalist becomes a bit boring after a couple of weeks or months. We're doing about the same thing to our analysts if we have the wrong detection contents. So if we have the same rules and the same magic boxes triggering on the same rules over and over again, and we ask our analysts, please check if this alert is valid. And, after 10, 20 times, they've figured out whether it's a true or false positive and why it triggers. So we need to enable our analysts not only to run on the alerts, but also to, on one end, try and find out how we can improve our use cases. I think that's something that's already occurring. But also, how can we then automate part of the analysis that you have to do over and over again, that as an analyst, you look for certain triggers that your use case is not used to, but you do in other tools. You can have your SOAR get that context from the system, that it will present you with the right level of context that you as an analyst would look for and take your decision upon. And I think that's how we can challenge our analysts even further, because now we start to make a game changer. Instead of writing the same article on the same topic over and over again, we get more time to find new topics to write articles about. So we get time to do threat hunting, or to develop new custom tools, or to roll out new technology that if I speak from personal preference, often like to do. We like to be on the edge of our seat and the edge of technology. And in the end, we are IT and cyber people. So I think that can be the carrot on a stick that you can keep in front of your analysts. Like, hey, if you develop yourself in this and this and this spectrum, I can give you time in return to develop yourself professionally and really go for the cool stuff.
Yeah, I think one of the point here, Gerrit, is that you have made a very good point in relation to analyst and the SOAR technology and the introduction of semi-automation using SOAR and automating the playbooks. I think even a step before that is, how are you managing your SIM tool? Is it throwing all false positives? Have you fully fine-tuned it so that you're allowing your analyst team to focus on the qualitative analysis, or you're just bombarding them with alerts, or they're focusing is doing the routine job every day, saying that, okay, I know this, I know the analysis, and I'm going to just pitch in. I don't care about what this actual threat is. I think either it's in-source or outsource, we have to educate our analyst team to change their approach to a threat. We need to change our approach to a threat rather than focusing on false positives or potential recon attempts where they're actually genuine traffic. We kind of eliminate false positives and look at actual recon attempts or certain stage of attack lifecycle to eliminate that and provide qualitative analysis rather than quantitative analysis.
And that quality perhaps leads to another question. And I was going to go down the skills question, and then rather helpfully, Letitia Emiana just wrote us a nice question. Hi, Letitia. Have we seen a change in the backgrounds of a SOC operator analyst? What experiences and skills are trending, which can set up a SOC operator for success? And perhaps if I ask Brandon, what do you think? Is it good old intelligence skills, or is it a new type of background?
Well, I mean, the good old-fashioned intelligence background is always helpful. Having a solid foundation to build upon, whether that's in academia or in the field, is great. Coming from the physical side of the house, one of the things I like to look for is somebody that has actually been an operative in the field. They know what type of products are necessary to provide the protection to our principal that's needed. Also, as of late, one of the bigger things is a clear understanding of the geopolitical landscape and how that affects day-to-day operations of our protectees. So, IT field, IT security, that's all great. As well as the, a foundation in the intelligence side of the house, especially open source intelligence. And of course, my phone is going to ring now. And things of that nature. Human intelligence is always great. But I really look for, in our analyst, a foundation of people from the protective services, from physical security, and law enforcement, because they know on the ground what they need from the analyst that's sitting back in the SOC. And again, that SOC doesn't necessarily have to be an office building. It can be, in a mobile command post 20 feet away. So that's really what we look for on the physical side, at least for my company.
I like that, and I think maybe then cyber can learn something from that. Maybe, I don't know, Michael, what do you think? Often we put a fresh face into a SOC 1 job, if they still exist. Surely, we should have a SOC 5 type role for someone experienced coming in and really adding value. What do you think, Michael?
So yeah, so we've actually started going down that route, and I'm just going back to an earlier point, which is the two most attractive talents that somebody can come in with or have experience with or an interest in is SOAR. So figuring out automation, because we've touched on threat intelligence, but realistically it's how you consume that threat intelligence and how you integrate it into your process, your workflows, your responses, and then data science. So if somebody comes in, those are our two most attractive attributes that we're looking for. What I can say is that I love going into a conversation with data scientists, like people that have a master's or a PhD in that area, and just being completely blown away by what they can do with the data sets that they have and the conclusions they can come to and the trends that they can find. And so we're starting to see that come into the SOC, where I don't think that necessarily would have been the case in the past. I don't think you would probably find 5 years ago too many PhDs on staff in a SOC, where I think that is the new reality.
I guess it's very handy, and if you've outsourced it, then you could have a specialist in, I don't know, and CASB, and you can also have a geographical specialist. I don't know. It doesn't matter if you are the outsourced SOC. AJ, what do you think? What kind of skills, can we hope to find in the SOC of tomorrow?
Well, see, one of the key thing here is everything is changing as the cybersecurity space is evolving. Now we have undergraduate cybersecurity program very much focused on cybersecurity skill sets. We have masters in cybersecurity program very much focused on individual skill sets for a broad skill sets to improve their knowledge as an analyst. So while we are recruiting either in-source or outsource, you're actually looking at established security specialist already coming on board who has a previous who has the knowledge of what happens in the cybersecurity industry and what does it mean to. So as you onboard them into the SOC team, then you're focusing and you're much more reliant on technologies like UEBA, ML, SOAR technologies, but you're also encouraging and empowering your analyst team, not only getting them to understand the SOC process on how to analyze and how to detect, but you're also asking them to learn on how to protect, how to remediate using endpoint or EDR solutions. So things are changing already as a SOC analyst, and as Michael mentioned, now the next evolving SOC or future SOC would more leverage APIs and BI and AI, and everything will be well integrated within the SOC, where you have single pane of glass, you have a click of a button to remediate your threats, and that's where it's going.
And I think, AJ, you mentioned on the pre-conference call that all this can actually reduce the dwell time of your people assets. What do you think?
Absolutely. Look, again, we have time to detect and the time to remediate. That's what we call the dwell time of an incident. So why you need to bring that as minimal as possible so that the impact on an organization is minimal from an attack point of view. And my point goes again, so traditionally as a SOC analyst, I would analyze and I would pass it over to a different team and say, that's your problem. I have done my analysis. It's you to mitigate. But that shouldn't be the case, because you're waiting for a firewall team or a firewall admin or an endpoint admin or an application admin to mitigate that threat. But if you say, okay, I have access as a SOC analyst, I know what this is. So it's all about the culture that you're going to bring in. So as an MSP, if you have a culture that a customer is my own organization, I'm an extension of the customer's IT estate. And if you're in-sourced, you empower your analyst team where you encourage them that they are key and integral part of threat detection and threat mitigation. Then you see a different game-changing approach towards a threat. As an analyst, I would be always on my seat, tip of my seat, standing, saying that, okay, this is a threat. I'm analyzing it. This is my threat intelligence, threat information. This is an actual threat. Oh my God, I need to not only detect and analyze, I need to mitigate them immediately. Thus, you reduce the dwell time and the impact. And that's where I think the technology is evolving. Every SIEM technologies are opening up their APIs. Applications are opening up their APIs. You can see each, as someone said, it is more technology agnostic, where it is not dependent on individual technology. Everything can talk to each other. So that's where it's going. And that's what we should leverage and empower our SOC team to detect, mitigate, and mitigate those threats.
I like it. I like it. Well then, let's ask Gerrit. Should we then do away with all these levels, Gerrit? Should we put everyone on rotation? Seeing as there's enough sparkling box solutions out there that want to automate the SOC 1, 2, maybe 3 analysts. Should we just do away with this gradism, Gerrit?
I'm not sure if you should go away of the levels. I think it's important to know what experience levels are, so that if you have, for example, a 24/7 managed security service SOC, that you have the right people in service, right? You don't want to have a night shift with a lot of inexperienced or new guys to the service, right? So you do want to have the right level. But I do think that by switching rotations, switching your services, you keep your staff interested, and they get in touch with different topics over and over. So people just they're constantly challenged to learn something else. I think what's most important, or most important characteristic of a SOC analyst, is to have intrinsic interest into finding out what happened on a system. So it's not about what company is it, what organization is it. It's just that you found something suspicious and you want to find out what caused it and what happened there. And I think that, as AJ also mentioned, we're going more and more into the response actions. So you see with the rise of EDR tools becoming more and more mature, you have more power over the endpoint, which is a common infection point. So now, as an analyst, you can take action. So you need to expand the level of knowledge that you have, not only from a security, from a process perspective in the SOC, but also from a system level perspective, to know what is wrong, what is right, and if you take a certain decision, where that should lead to. So if you, for example, decide to take action on an endpoint, what is the business implication of that decision? So on one hand, you have the personal trait to be intrinsically motivated to find out what happened, and that is now expanding to also understand, both from a technical level, what happens on the system, and then what is the impact on the business if you take that decision. And all in all, I think it doesn't really matter whether you're a level 1 or a level 3 analyst. If you want to keep those levels in place, then be my guest. It's all about experience level, that from a content perspective, that you will grow and you will build. But it's not like you say, well, you have done your level 1 task, now let's move it 1 level up. Your level 1 analyst might even be in the situation where he takes the decision to isolate the system because it's been infected.
I think I very much agree with Garrett's point, where SOC teams should be in a position of decision making to remediate any kind of threats. And similarly, the funding should be given to the SOC team to take decisions on certain remediation capabilities. So I think that's a great point, Garrett.
No, fantastic. And I guess everybody wants a little bit of recognition, don't they? A little bit of fulfillment. Much like Brandon, when we were talking before, the police often say, thank you very much for giving me some information, or they might not even say that, but you have no idea if it was useful. So one could imagine an analyst, finding something juicy and then passing it on and never finding out if it was any good.
Absolutely. They need, and they, just like anybody, thrives on knowing that the work that you're putting in is actionable and it has an effect on the operation at hand. So recognizing that and knowing and publicizing the fact that our analysts are an integral part of our team is crucial. We don't want anybody feeling that they're just in the background, because that's a lot of times that's what analysts feel, that they're stuck in a room somewhere. They do all the dirty work and the behind the scenes stuff for our guys in suits and earpieces out there to get all the credit for. Yeah, we do a lot of work with law enforcement and liaise with federal, state, and local agencies. And that information sharing is important, especially if we have access or personnel that are inside of a fusion center. That's great. But we really want to make sure, and the caveat on what a few of the other panelists have said, it's really important that we empower our analysts to make decisions on the spot, and to not just be a passer of information, but a risk mitigator themselves. It's not just a checklist. I think some of the other panels that we listened to discuss that as well. It's not, if you see this, do that. Take a situation, analyze it, be solutions-based, and come up with a mitigation plan. And that's what I really view is the future of SOC personnel, both in the physical and the cyber side of the house. Is you've got to be solutions-based, and you have to be adaptable on the spot. Because again, you have to reduce that dwell time. When an issue is identified, we don't want 24, 48 hours before we come up with a solution. We need to reduce that time, and that's really critical for the analyst to be an integral part of that.
Definitely, and I think we mentioned before, it sounds almost like that dynamic in a military context, the forward air controller versus the JTAC. for anybody that's got that reference. One is empowered to call an airstrike. One is only empowered to look. Anyway, it's an interesting thing. We do seem to be out of time, but we have some very nice comments. Letitia made another comment, so I think we sort of wrapped that into the thing. Prashant, it says lots of companies moving to 4 days of stretch work and 3 days of leave for SOC analysts. That's a good approach. Nathan Munchin says excellent points about decisions being made early by the most relevant person. How do you empower responsibly to make those decisions? I think that's a whole new set of angles. Mike Goodicker, welcome, Mike. We're going to hear from you a little bit later. He likes it. Mike Bonner, you've replied and said you already moved to those 4 days on, 3 days off. So that's really good. And for those of you commenting, if you click all panelists and attendees, then we can all see it. Otherwise, it's just us up on stage. Other people listening, you can't quite see it. Wow, we are slightly over, but I'm very pleased to do this type of panel, because it's no good saying let's have a CISO panel. We need to see how it actually works. So please give Brandon, Michael, AJ, and Gerrit a nice virtual round of applause. This is a fascinating session, and I think people are going to want to link with you to discuss further.
Absolutely. Thank you for arranging this.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Fantastic. I will see you again soon, either in the States, Phoenix, Amsterdam. Maybe we'll do one in Dublin. Definitely do one in the DC area, so that would be good.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks, Brandon. Fantastic. Nice comments. Ed, Howard. Howard's had a good afternoon. Thank you very much. We've got another one from Mike Prashant. Please keep those comments coming. Lots on Twitter with SOC Future as well. Well, people have also used SOC of the Future, which is fine. But yeah, it's good to just bundle all these hashtags together so we can keep tabs. Lots going on LinkedIn. I haven't checked TikTok. No one's made a dance about the SOC of the Future yet. I don't know. Try it. Let's see what happens. But yes, now the second of these now what type of panel discussions, we're going to bring together three experts where we're going to look at being active threat hunting, which some would argue is in fact what physical security has been doing all along. So I'm just going to bring our fantastic panelists to the stage before I introduce them. Simon, there we go, fantastic. Right, we have Simon Minton, Global Cybersecurity Advisor at Cisco. We have Pramod Bhatt, Global in charge of People Protection, Corporate Security at Sanofi. And we're delighted to welcome Eliza May Austin, CEO and founder of that security company. And I'll just invite them to start their videos if they can. Hi, Simon. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. I've enjoyed listening in for the past half an hour.
Oh, very good, very good. No, it's great to welcome you. And Eliza May, it's the first time we've welcomed you to one of these forums. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yes, enjoying the weather. Apparently, we're going to have a
raining.
I know. And nice to see you again. How's Paris?
Hello, Fallon. Paris is nice. We have a sunny sky here. Weather is improving every day.
That's good. That's good. Optimism. There we go. So let's look at this topic. Active threat hunting. Often seen the preserve of the cyber world. But of course, with all these events, we like to bring in physical and cyber. And some would argue that active threat hunting has been the mainstay of what physical security does anyway. But let's start off with you, Eliza May. What is active threat hunting? What do you think it is? What do you see it as?
So I see that as a team, try a human, not a machine. I don't think active threat hunting is very well equipped when it comes to just reliant on technologies. I see that as being a person or a team hunting for things that are probably 0 days, that haven't triggered any alarms or alerts yet. Not something that's just fed at you in a scene, something you have to go looking for, anomalous behavior, influxes in traffic, decreases in traffic, just really strange behavior which is legitimate and probably just not something you've got a rule set for yet.
I like it. No rule yet set. Pramod, isn't that what corporate and physical security has been doing all along? Looking for, you know, unusual characters, you know, things really out of the ordinary?
I think if you look at historical perspective, you can go to several centuries back. Active threat hunting has been there, but before it was purely done by human beings. The king used to have their insiders in different places. They used to have spies, and information was collected, and that's how there was a proactive active hunting was taking place. But in today's context, as we all know, the information is being digitalized. Most of the information which were earlier collected by human beings has been collected by machines. And this is how now it's more and more digitalized. And this is where the role of analysis is coming more and more. And that's how we see now things like case of insider threat, where you have a lot of digital data, for example, access control logs or remote login logs, expense sheet details. So all of these data, when you join together, and that's how you can have red flags. But obviously the end decision making has to be done by humans. There's no doubt about it. But it's more and more becoming machine centric. And there are advanced level of AI also coming in, because the volume of data is massive now. It's virtually impossible for human beings to do a manual analysis of this data.
Okay, well, data, you know, fatigue is increasingly a problem, but it's nothing completely new, I guess. Simon, you know, do you have many solution providers knocking on your door saying, please bundle my wonderful active threat hunting solution, or, you know, my new ML solution? What do you see as true active threat hunting, Simon?
Actually, it's possibly less technology-led and more actually maturity of the organization in terms of what are their risks. So it's really becoming a bit more systematic about how they classify their assets and prioritize and really understand what the crown jewels are, what they should be protecting, and then looking around that, because they need finding a needle in a haystack, even with all of the latest technologies, it's still very difficult unless you kind of know what you're trying to protect. So I think that there's probably the more mature organizations in terms of SOCs or MSSPs have a lot more business context, and they understand, you know, the different tiers. You know, if you go to a bank, for example, they very much understand what critical data they need to protect, and they've got lots of regulation around that. Other organizations will have different, maybe they don't have the same regulatory overhead, so they don't necessarily have that visibility of those assets. But from my perspective, threat hunting, it's, if you're moving up the maturity curve, you're starting to work from a playbook to understand, okay, what your assets are, working with the business closely to ensure that you are working in a systematic way to discover, and basically you come up with you create a hypothesis, and then you go and either prove that hypothesis and you find something, or you don't find anything and you move on to the next one. But it's a case of human ingenuity mixed with tools with kind of process put in as well.
I like it. Human ingenuity that maybe isn't rule based. It's
definitely not rule based. Yeah, because you can't create a rule for everything.
Yeah, so the ML must have a bit of an issue with that. If it's not really ML. Why don't I ask then, Eliza May? Surely this all has something to do with agency. Like you're going to need some permission to do something, and so how is it that we see lots of MSS people out there saying, look, I've bundled active threat hunting? Well, they might have, but how are they going to pursue it? You know, what's that going to look like?
Okay, so there's a lot of companies that sell threat hunting as a service or as software as a service. I'm not convinced that they can do that very well. They might be able to do that, you know, if it's an MSSP and they're looking through your logs, and not in a reactive way. They're looking and finding for anomalous behavior in logs. You know, I can understand that they may find some things, but how they baseline that to your environment and like the standard deviation from what is and is not normal, what is and is not acceptable behavior, I don't understand how you can do that well outside of an environment. I think threat hunting, when it's done well, is done by an internal team that understand all the boring stuff, the business processes. You know, what teams should and should not be able to speak to each other. What traffic is weird in what VLAN, for example. Who is and is not able to access certain files. All these different things that are odd behaviors. You can only really understand them to a great degree if you are comfortable with that environment and you're familiar with it. So yeah, I'm not convinced that when, you know, we're being sold next gen threat hunting, you know, 0-day APT protection, I don't think that that's worth anything, to be completely frank.
I guess, but it does bring the bigger question about, you know, external teams, embedded teams, people feeling included. You know, are they sitting with you in your office, and then, you know, you give them a degree of control? Are they wearing the same T-shirt like I mentioned before? Obviously, that's a, you know, flippant kind of example. But what do you think, Pramod? Then this must apply to all areas, including executive protection. How do you give external parties some sort of permissions and agency to be active?
From our perspective, if I have to deploy a external agency, I would look at first at my own program maturity. So I will look at what is my the maturity level of my active threat hunting. So maybe I can classify like maybe 3 or 4 levels. Or a basic level would be like I have data and regular reporting coming. But if my program is level 2, where there is a lot of analysis needs to be done, maybe I will go for an agency who has a strong analytical base. When you talk about the higher level of maturity, when it comes to more automation, as I said initially, where I will look at tools which has AI capabilities and which can really assist with the amount of databases we have, because at times, remember, these data are not symmetric. At times we are dealing with asymmetric data and we are driving out those intelligence from there. So if my program is level 2, for example, where the basic level of analysis, I would probably select more human-centric solution, where obviously there's a tool, but there is a strong human involved. If my program is advanced level, where I have huge amount of data, I would really look for a company which has a better technical solution, have huge processing capabilities, etc. So my parameter will shift from, you know, one end to another. Hello? I think we lost your voice.
We have lost Philip.
Yes.
Yes.
We can continue without him. He'll be back.
Let's talk among ourselves.
Carry on. What you were saying was super interesting. Well, just wait for him to come back, but just carry on. What were you saying? It was super interesting.
Did I lose you there?
Yes.
We lost you.
Oh, you lost me. Okay. Welcome back. No, that's okay. Well, all right then. Well, why don't I ask you, Simon, then, how can, we're not talking about offensive security here. We're just talking about active threat hunting. Is it truly that difficult to get everybody who's external looking, doing active threat hunting? Is that a misnomer? What do you think, Simon?
Not necessarily, no. I mean, if you're bringing in an outside company in, they have invested and they have a lot of good processes, and they might have good machine learning tools that are able to build baselines and spot anomalous activity. I still think that you've got to have the business context as well, though. So in my experience, I think if you're bringing in an MSSP in or an outside service provider in, you want to combine that with your own people that can work together. I think working and collaborating together, as we see across all different parts of the business, collaboration is key, and being able to share information and actually even moving away from the concepts of tickets to more real-time communication, so that you can really help contextualize a lot of the information. So if you're finding something anomalous, is that anomalous? Because the data shows that it's anomalous, but actually that might be just a regular business occurrence that isn't evident to the outsourced third party. So I think bringing the two together, you can get a lot of benefits from doing that, expertise from both sides.
And I guess that would speak a lot to the previous panel looking at analysts, because I guess that would be quite fulfilling for an analyst to not just detect it, but respond. Is that realistic, Simon, for the SOC of tomorrow?
Yeah, and there's going to be multiple different ways of responding. It may be that they need to collaborate and they need to work with the engineering teams that are building product that have applications in production, and they need to put some kind of mitigation in place. So they may be working then with security engineering, with the product engineering teams. So I think that could be very fulfilling, rather than just triaging and then moving to the next step and it maybe being passed along in the queue. They're actually getting involved much more in the business and understanding the wider contextual impact of that. So I would say for an analyst, that would be more interesting than it's maybe traditionally where you get analysts and they go through their tiers of abilities. Obviously, some analysts will want to specialize in certain areas, but others will maybe be better at communicating and being closer to the business. So there's going to be, you want to have a broad mix of people with different kind of ways of thinking, I think, in the SOC.
Okay, that diversity, especially, this is the real world. So you want something that is reflected in your SOC. What do you think, though, Eliza May? All these wonderful solutions out there that promise a lot of things, are they not going to end up being a headache for the analyst sitting in that SOC? Because that SOC analyst wasn't brought into a board meeting when a system was procured, but they're going to have to use it. I don't know. What do you think?
No, I mean, I think a lot of the time when you've got an MSSP, things tend to be multi-tenancy, and that's sort of the beauty of an MSSP, I suppose. I think in an internal environment, when you've got a big budget customer, say like a bank, for example, they tend to just buy everything. And I've worked in a financial before, and I think we had 200 tools, and on a daily basis, we probably used about 6, but they'd paid full price for all of these tools. And I mean, that's kind of odd. But again, there are things like theme solutions where you can bring all that information together. You can bring all the logs from all of them together, which is fantastic. I don't think that you could exist as an MSSP in today's world if your analyst had to log on to every individual thing. So I don't think that's such a massive problem. What is a bit uncomfortable, though, is the amount of money companies have to then pay to get all those tools integrated into whatever log aggregation unit they're using. But if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do. It depends on how important that tool is to them.
That's good. I like it. Just because they bought it doesn't mean they're going to have to use it, which of course is.
No, if it's not functional, if it's crap, if they can get the same information from somewhere else easier, what's the point? But a lot of the time, it's like you say, the technologist isn't always brought into these procurement conversations, and unfortunately, a lot of things are bought in InfoSec through fear. or through the fear of an audit gone wrong or whatever. So I think vendors exist in that world based on audits and fear, basically.
Known unknowns, though. So I'd like to finish with this question, and I'll put it to everybody. Surely active threat hunting is not about known unknowns, but unknown unknowns. And as we said, Simon, it can't follow a rule. And it's a bit of an esoteric question, but why not? It's a conference, so let's have a go. Pramod, how can corporate security begin to look for unknown unknowns? Because they don't know about them. I think you're muted, Pramod.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because to know the unknown unknown is as one of the most complex issue. However, as we all know, we were talking about in the previous session about data scientists. We were talking about PhDs becoming part of our SOC. And I think when you have a raw data, but even you have no clue or you don't have any red flags, but you are starting with your hypothesis. And that's probably one of the best way. You start with the hypothesis for some unknown, and that's how you start. But if you have manpower, or you have people who are even data scientists have higher level of understanding, they can definitely make that unknown into known, and you can take actions accordingly.
Okay, that's good. And Simon, what's your advice to people in the audience to look for unknown unknowns?
From what it says, it's really actually that's the most fun part, isn't it? Because actually there's so much work to do looking for known in your network, especially if you're pulling in threat intel, and there's you don't know if that's going to be relevant or not. But unknown unknowns, well, that's where the human ingenuity comes in. That's where you spin up hypotheses saying what could be possible, and then look from that point of view and kind of structure your query from there. So actually thinking, there's some funky stuff going around. What if this happened in my environment? And then you don't know if it's there, but you suspect it possibly could be, and then you go from there. So I think there's probably human intuition involved, and then building out in a kind of a systematic way and just trying to validate that or not. But yeah, hypothesis is always the way to start.
I like it, and maybe that keeps the human in tow for the SOC of the future.
You'd hope so. I think there's always got to be a human or humans. Technology will play its part, but you've got to have a human that the ingenuity and the ability to spot patterns that machines can't.
I like it. And Mike Goodek put a nice quote in the chat from Socrates. Did you imagine we'd be talking Socrates on the SOC of the future? Well, I don't know, but Socrates. The only thing I truly know is that I know nothing. So that's a nice quote. Eliza May, then, if we've got to keep the human in the loop, what's the SOC of the future going to look like if we're going to continue this active threat hunting?
I think threat hunting is dependent upon good threat intelligence, and I think that there's going to be more of an awareness around threat intelligence. So what I mean by that is, if you've got a million logs just floating around, and you're just looking for an anomalous behavior, that's going to be really hard and quite pointless, to be completely honest. However, if you were to align what you were looking for with attack methodologies that were done by your most likely adversaries to whatever company that you were in, or tools and behaviors that your adversaries had shown in the past, if you were to look for things based on that, you would more likely find something. And I think that the future of a SOC is going to be very threat intelligence dependent. And at the moment, you'd be surprised to know that a lot of MSSPs don't look into threat intelligence, whether it's through doing it free with MITRE ATT&CK framework, or using a platform like Recorded Futures or Digital Shadows or whatever. There's a few. A lot of them don't use those things. A lot of companies don't use that. So they're sort of firing blind when it comes to their defense, which is great in a way, because it means they'll just try and defend against everything. But if you've got a large scope, if you've got a large attack surface, you want to prioritize what's applicable to you first. So what country you're in, any religious affiliations, how your company is seen in the media, what your brand is seen as, all these different things that to do with, I suppose, psychology as well of the attacker and hacktivists. I think people are going to start realizing that you really have to ignore the news and just go with what's applicable to you.
I like it.
I could have said that in a sentence, but I just waffled. I'm sorry.
No, it's good. I think we could all do with a little less news and more actionable intelligence. I don't know. I certainly like it. Mike Goodicke thinks that's spot on. He really likes this session, but that's the beauty of combining corporate security, cyber security inside the one panel, inside the one event. It's interesting to have a look at this topic. And we are now sadly out of time, but I've really enjoyed it. I know the comments in the audience have really enjoyed it too. Thank you very much, Simon and Pramod and Eliza May. A slightly different panel, but I hope you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, brilliant.
Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Nathan likes it. Kevin's written a lot of nice stuff. Mike likes it. So yes, I will see you in the audience, and thank you for being such great panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Howard. Thanks, Garrett. We still got a very active audience, so that's really good. Keep those comments coming. We're very active on Twitter and LinkedIn. Not so much on Instagram, but that's all right. SOC Future is a nice hashtag, which be good to rally around. Now. We're very grateful to HackDevNet and Mike Goodicke for also supporting this event. So I'm going to welcome Mike to the stage. Now, many of you may have seen Mike speak at a number of our events. We hold, of course, the MSS series in the States and in Europe. We've got colleagues from the Netherlands here and Germany as well. Mike, how are you doing? I think you're on mute, Mike.
Yep, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm getting older.
There you are.
Thank you. That was a really fantastic session, by the way. I really enjoyed that. Really interesting pieces of information. So thanks for that. Cheers for that.
Fantastic. Well, a bit of a segue into risk intelligence then. You have the floor, and very much looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, great. So let me know if you can see the presentation, just to make sure.
Yes, it's all great there. It's all there.
Okay, fantastic. So we're going to get into the information very quickly, pre-COVID and what changed after COVID. So pre-COVID, like most of what you've already heard in the session previously, we were chasing after bits and pieces of information that were extremely complex, ranging from things that are corporate or cyber espionage relevant, things that are relevant for cyber risk intelligence, and just general threat risk and APT research type information, 0 days, that kind of stuff. And the types of information that we got before COVID-19, we were looking at over 8 billion, now we're up to 10 billion breached accounts, emails, users, that kind of stuff for credential stuffing. Over 30 million DSL modems that were turned into potential botnet members for various different attacks from 2015 all the way up to now. And that's constantly evolving. More than 300 million Tor servers, clients, and relays, which is also increasing for folks that use this as a tactical network to basically disseminate information for various different campaigns that they're leveraging. Then more than 1 million IRC chat servers and I2P and different types of peer-to-peer based networks that are much harder to detect and to find when you're looking for adversaries. And then before COVID-19, we were tracking what we called Operation Kraken, which was the second, third generation of APT groups, which was derived of over 6 different nations, including Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Brazil, and some other countries as well. It was very interesting. So now, since we're moving into COVID-19, some of the things that we are seeing is that the way works. And one of the biggest reasons why that doesn't work is because we are looking at different things like the attack framework, trying to get much smarter as to how we assimilate a lot of the information that we're gathering in real time or near real time. And just like some of the folks said previously before in the last sessions, is that people are very quickly getting an information overload. So the question is, how do we collect this type of data in a way, shape, or form to make it actionable? And since we do a lot of research, just like Eliza May does and other folks in this space, we found that the attack framework doesn't incorporate intelligence into gathering information about what's really going on and how do we interpret that data. So what that really means is when we take a look at the classical construct of security and solutions that we built in the past, we started to concentrate on the middle tier, which was proactive and predictive monitoring, incident and problem management, event correlation, change and risk management. And then we started to go into APIs, using agents and logs to collect information to find out about the status of a given IT asset in a given space of time. We thought at that point in time it was enough information. And then we found out that we had to move to the next arena, which was trying to get threat and risk information via things like the threat feeds that we're seeing, what kind of environmental data we can collect, open source intelligence, and then turning this into threat and risk feeds that we can pipe into the next phase, which was dashboards, like a SIEM dashboard. Then we found out that we were still missing information on things like penetration tests, audits, assessments, and these results of what was really going on. And what that pushed us to try to find out was, what is the vulnerability status of a given IT asset that we are in charge of as a security function or as a business, and how can we use that information and leverage that to protect our data assets and internal assets? That led us then to the last phase, which is something that we're starting to now realize that we need to get to what I call proactive intel. So any type of information or data that we collect only makes sense and has value if we can turn that information into data, that data into intelligence, and do it in a way, shape, or form so that we can react or positively, proactively defend ourselves against something that we think may or may not happen based on probabilities. And that's where these things like machine learning, Bayesian algorithms, neural networks, that kind of stuff comes into play. So during COVID, we noticed that these different types of constructs made defending the company much more successful than just relying on a threat feed or on some piece of open source intelligence or some other piece of information. And the landscape is continuously changing, making it much more difficult. So now during the COVID-19 pandemic, we found that all the things that we thought were important or that were not important to other people wound up being the avenues of attack that sophisticated attackers use to break into our infrastructure and to other systems. Just the other day, yesterday on Facebook, we observed one of the biggest large-scale phishing attacks that Facebook has seen in a long time. And it hit Germany as well as all these different networks in a very big scale. Unfortunately, we didn't really hear that much about that in the news, but I guess maybe they'll catch up at some point. So what I like doing is, instead of giving you an information overload, let's take a look at the first video.
Today's world and the existing pandemic shows us how important infrastructure is. It also shows us how important people are. And protecting them really is. When a situation comes along, like the current pandemic, it shows us exactly what we didn't do correctly or at all. The things, investments, actions, and tasks someone thought you wouldn't notice are now the things that make us vulnerable. disruptions, create diversions to steal your data, or put you, your family, and companies at risk. We are here to help, not by selling you something you don't need, but by making sure you are ready to find and stop these unethical attackers from exploiting your moment of pain. It's important to have the right friends and partners to help you, not when things are easy, but when they get difficult. HackDevNet is working on many different things right now to help you and other people. Regardless of whether you're a customer of ours or not, it's about protecting lives, people, and companies, because we will get through this. And when you are ready, so are we to help you any way you need it. So let's remember the lessons and look at who helps, is adding value, and is the right partner. Stay safe. We'll be here when you are ready.
Okay, so a little bit of melodramatics there, but the points that I'm trying to make are very real. In the past, we focused so much on, like some of the folks said in the past, selling solutions by fear, trying to highlight what the theoretical values were of different types of systems. As we evolved during this stage, we found that a lot of the information like threat feeds that sounded interesting and were promising actually led us to the conclusion that they didn't really help us at all, because they created an information overload that enabled us to be more confused than without the information. And more often than not, the information was questionable. That means as an intelligence analyst or observer, my objective is not to filter information and then give it to someone, but my objective is to have a use case to collect the information for that use case and let an intelligence digester make the decision as to if it's relevant or not for them. And this was one of the biggest issues that we found with threat intelligence feeds, and why we created all our threat feeds from scratch using open source materials like Firehole and other types of bits and pieces of information. And we integrated those into a system to make it easier for people to find out what was going on. As we were collecting this information, we found out that we were already in hybrid warfare since 2015. And that situation has got much worse, because we're now in the decade of cyber proxy wars. What cyber proxy wars means is basically things that are beyond the classical scope of warfare or hybrid warfare are now integrated in third-party cybercrime syndicates that are very, very sophisticated in the way they prepare their systems and create their attacks, because they're selling these services to nation states in order to be the firewall. So that means when we detect all the things that we detect with these classical types of security, firewalls and logs and information and port scans that are going on, we find out that these things are hitting us from different areas. And the people that don't have knowledge in this, that aren't threat hunters, that are not experienced intelligence operators or know what they're looking at, or hackers, these other folks erroneously give you information and say, well, the attack is doing this and that, and it's coming from this country. Whereas the mode of operation today is that these cybercrime syndicates, they have resources throughout the entire world, and that's the way they build their model, right? They're here to make money. So some of the things in hybrid warfare we're seeing today on social media, more and more: information warfare propaganda, support of local unrest. I'm going to take these two for a second and talk about those in a little bit more detail. Right now, in the last few years, people have been talking about threat intelligence, but threat intelligence does not really help you if you do not know what you're looking at. You don't know what the intelligence lifecycle is, and you don't work according to the intelligence lifecycle. And the reason for that is simple. First off, the attacker you see on a port scan is not the actual attacker that's trying to get you or pull your systems down. You need to collect information and, like others previously said, be that researcher. So there will always be a certain amount of human interaction in intelligence, regardless of what technology, regardless of what companies are going to tell you or try to sell you. You cannot do this successfully without human interaction and internal and external teams. So Eliza May was right on the money, more than a lot of people think. And I hope that catches on really quick in this industry, because it's something that we desperately need. Information warfare and propaganda is a thing now. It's cheap to do. And with all the quote unquote fake news and media and videos and audio files that we can create, even based on my discussion, you can turn videos into me saying something at some Trump or other rally, even though I've never voted for Trump or have been there before. So we're now running into adversaries that can create videos, doctored audio based on machine learning to make data collection even more difficult for us as defenders, right? So the propagandas and disruptions that we have on social media, what are some of the things that we've seen in the past, according to an analysis from Graphica? They basically said that Russia was doing a detailed campaign, not because I say it, but there was a lot of different information that was out there. We see this more and more. They were pushing out information as Democrats, as Republicans, as women, as MAGA, as whatever you want to call this stuff. This is not a political discussion, but this is an intelligence discussion. So Ukraine as a failed state or unreliable partner, the United States and NATO as aggressive and interfering with other nations, Europe as weak and divided, critics of the Russian government as morally corrupt, alcoholic, or otherwise mentally unstable, Muslims as aggressive invaders, etc. We can see through this analysis that Graphica did, and we've been saying this for the last 4 or 5 years now at least, that disinformation and propaganda are one of the cheapest ways for nation states to destabilize democracy or any type of system that is against them. And we're seeing this more and more. So what does that really mean? Our objective today and in the future is to, what I say, connect the dots. In the past, I said, in order to connect information on dots, you need to interpret what a dot is. After you interpret what a dot is, you start collecting information that is relevant for the dot, and then you collect information on other dots. Why? Because in gathering intelligence, you don't know what may or may not be relevant for you until you collect as much information as possible and start to make the logical conclusions of how one point here relates to a point here, relates to a point there. And as you build this, this globe, this puzzle, a picture starts to emerge that will give you a probability of something that may or may not happen, connecting the dots. And this is something that we haven't really done that well in the past, and what we're working on as a company. So the next video that I'm going to talk about is why we're doing this. Why should we care? What does this really mean? So what does this video actually mean? We're seeing that attacks are no longer something that are highly theoretical that just attack computer systems. What we've been seeing during COVID-19 is that supply chain attacks through cyber attacks are a thing now. That means all these different masks and protective materials that we needed for different hospitals, as well as the delivery systems that we depend on for food, water, critical infrastructure, et cetera, are things that are getting attacked. They've been attacked for the last few years, but they're getting attacked more when we have pandemics because people are concentrating on different things. And while they concentrate on different things, this gives the good opportunity for an attacker to basically look at these systems and try to find a weak spot to break into a given network. This is not about fear. This is about where attacks are going in the future. And this is the reason why we need to get this right about working together, whether it's MSSPs or MSSs, how we interpret information, and stop the BS and turn these systems that we're selling as responsible partners to protect the supply chain and to protect companies. And this is the reason why we've done something totally different. We're one of the few companies out there that are concentrating on not only collecting the theoretical information about these attacks that are going on, but we're also very tactical in the way we focus on things. So if there's a cyber attack that's going on, some of the research that we've done in the past with other teams is, for instance, the Ukraine attacks in 2015 during elections. During elections, we observed the first attack that resulted in elections being disrupted. We saw that in the US. The jury is still out whether the information that we provided with a lot of our partners has actually really been evaluated in Washington, DC or not. The other thing is, after these attacks, the airport was attacked in Ukraine. And then we saw more than 250,000 people that were without electricity in the middle of winter in Ukraine as well. These attacks, they're wrapping up. This is not about fear. This is about where we're going. And the reason for this is simple. Cyber attacks are cheap. The people that are behind these attacks are very difficult to find. And that makes it very difficult for us to pinpoint what exactly we're looking at. So we need to create the right awareness and training and systems and partner networks to create something that's tangible for customers and for people. Some of the things that we've been doing in the last few years is building systems that make it as easy as possible to interpret a lot of different types of data. So I don't know why other people don't talk about how they build their systems, but we do. This is the way we build the system. It's very easy. It's based off of information that we collect and we verify. And we also turn into feeds that can integrate to any system that's in the world, whether it's you integrate with Splunk or whether you integrate with ServiceNow or something else. Our information is easy to digest and it can integrate with pretty much any type of system that's out there in the world. So we're also working on things that not only protect SMBs, but also critical infrastructure, because a lot of the research that we do has successfully stopped physical attacks that you probably weren't even aware of or never heard of. Whether it's train systems, whether it's sewerage systems, whether it's utilities or electrical systems, water plants, etc. These are the types of things that we continuously try to protect with different partners every day. And it's about protecting lives. So this is the space that we're in right now. One of the things is the HackDevNet Cyber Warfare Defense plugin. This is something that can leverage the information that we collect or someone else's feeds. We don't block people and force them to use only our stuff, but we want to make these things very easy and simple for even the least knowledgeable security person to work with. That's a thing. And then also integrate different types of information and feeds into this specific piece. Lastly, we're also concentrating on what we call physical cyber risk intelligence. So we provide not only training and education on how to survive cyber attacks, but also how to detect them and how to stop them from happening. So back in 2015, again, for the Davos conference, we were the first folks that actually talked about a use case of turning gas heaters into bombs. And originally, I didn't think this was possible, but the more I did the research on this, even on my own building, I came to the conclusion that it was possible, and it was frightening. And this is getting worse the more IoT is getting leveraged without security mechanisms in place. So I'm going to stop here, open up for questions. I don't want to push my time too much. Let's open this up to the floor for some questions.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mike. And that video is always very chilling with the alarm. It's a very chilling video. It really strikes home the dangers of IoT and everything.
Right.
You know.
It's always a difficult thing to do because you want to make people aware, but you don't want to do it for the sake of scaring them. And I think this is something that the security industry as a whole has not gotten right yet. So hopefully we're trying to do that with ways of integrating this very complex research into something that people can understand.
We have a question from Scott. He says, can we see any examples of insights outputs?
Yes. So if the question is, can we see some insights from our solution? I can schedule a call to do that for dedicated companies that are interested in that. We do need to be a little bit careful because a lot of the big companies are constantly copying all our reports and selling it as their stuff. So we need to be a little bit cognizant and careful about the details that we show. What I can talk about is that we also have a high degree of open source tools that we release to the public. Divinity is one of those tools. Divinity, which is on GitHub, is a tool that will enable people very simply to use some of our technology to scan different types of networks for some of the more well-known or maybe not so well-known attacks that can happen on IoT systems like webcams and that kind of stuff. So if anyone is interested in details, I'll be more than happy to talk about that. If I talk about the outputs of the research that we've done so far, we have found that since cybercrime syndicates are making so much money, that cybercrime syndicates are the primary destination for nation states to contact in order to leverage their attacks. So a lot of times when we see attacks on critical infrastructure, if it's just the simple scans and simple finding out and reconnoitering the environment, more often than not, the cybercrime syndicates are working on these. If there are things that are more zero-day attack type-ish or embedded beacon technology, that's when the more sophisticated and well-researched and well-financed espionage clandestine groups are working on integrating that technology to break into things. One of the probabilities that we have is that we are assuming that between 50 to 80% of all critical infrastructure is already infected. We can't prove it yet because a lot of the technology that we traced since 2015 from Russia and the different APT groups are dormant. So what we can say is the amount of scans and attacks that happen on critical infrastructure has been ramping up over the last few years. So we're assuming the probability is very high that most of the critical infrastructure is to at least 50, 60%, if not higher, already infected. And this embedded technology is waiting for that point in time to be activated. What happens in hybrid warfare is a nation state that targets another nation state waits until day X arrives. And when day X arrives, they basically send the commands for dormant technology to awaken and to start doing things. Now, in 2015, what we observed is exactly this behavior when the entire industry, the media industry, Starlight Industries, was disrupted a day before elections happened, a few hours. And that technology started to infect and fill up hard drives. It targeted media systems that had videos that were basically involved in broadcasting and attempted to disrupt the entire system during elections. So that was the first time we saw this type of attack in 2015. And everything that's happened since then indicates this technology is much more sophisticated and the degree of infections, we believe, is much higher than people think.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm not sure if that answers the question of outputs, though. So
yeah, maybe. I think so. And you know, there's definitely that. I think maybe a few years ago, people would look at a presentation such as this and say, "Why are you talking about nation-state actors?" Well, but of course, the link between level 1 criminality and nation-state actors is sometimes very much connected.
Right. We see a lot of this happening too on social media, right? So the way Russia, China, and other countries work, even Iran and North Korea, is they create pseudo users on different social media. They pose as both sides, as Republicans, Democrats, as liberal, as right-winged, as whatever you name it. And these accounts, they basically are programmed to create disruptions. Now, when you collect data over a longer period of time and you start connecting the dots, you see that a lot of these accounts with MAGA and other things, back in 2016, we started seeing correlations to the way these different accounts mysteriously popped up and then disappeared after elections were over. And they coordinated different activities to disrupt and to troll people. And this has just gotten worse. I mean, take a look at how toxic Twitter has become. Take a look at how many different types of things you see on Facebook and on other social media, right? So these things are already happening. They're happening in real time. And connecting the dots is the only meaningful way to turn all this information that we think is not connected into what it really is, and then connecting the dots.
That's spooky, but it also brings it home.
Yeah. I mean, now that we know, I mean, the good thing is now that we know this, then we can start working towards training and systems and partnerships to make this work, right? Part of awareness is strength is knowing and being aware of the situation so we can change it. We can change it.
And in the audience, we've got Philip Ingram, and he's got a question, and I don't know, I'd rather you read it than I read it on a Zoom platform.
I'll have
Mike,
to put my glasses on for this. Are Iran and North Korea not just plausibly deniable outlets for Russia and China, as they both own the only two internet pipes into North Korea? So, very good question. Iran and North Korea are not the only outlets that are used for Russia and China. And there's a lot of different connections and disconnections. I think the biggest issue that we have right now in collecting intelligence is trying to get to the conclusion of what is valuable, what is authentic information, and what we can trust. And at this point in time today, in 2020, it's become so much more difficult to understand and to trust the data that we're collecting, if it's really, in fact, something that's true or not. Many different outlets are used by many different nation states, and a lot of these nation states mix the information up to not only have their plausible deniability, but also to get people confused as to, if you think Russia's behind something, in order for you to make that assumption, you not only have to collect the data, but you also have to understand how Russian intelligence and how the FSB or their tactics work. And this is what I think Eliza May and other people, the points that they're making. You need to not only have the technology and the data out there, you need to have the experience and the training on how to interpret what you're seeing in front of you and how to find out if it is or isn't what you think it is. So I think the biggest issue in trying to find out who the actual attacker is trying to avoid coming to the wrong conclusion quickly, and also collecting information in a systematic thinking type of way. This means on a strategic level to subtract the bias of me or someone collecting the information and using a system with mathematical principles and logic that is not influenced by my emotion or someone else's emotion or beliefs. Yeah. I hope that answers the question somewhat.
Yeah, no, brilliant. And I think you and Philip should connect offline as well. I think you'd like to get to know each other. I'll do an email introduction. Well, perfect. We are now slightly over time, but this has been a great tour de force, and it's a crucial piece of the SOC of tomorrow. So yeah, please give Mike a wonderful virtual round of applause. We always love having you back, and thank you very much to HackDevNet for supporting the event.
And thank you very much for doing the event. Without these types of events, it wouldn't enable us to try to find synergies with other folks, with other different countries, and also with partners. So I think it's very important to do these sessions, to work with you and other folks to make sure that this information gets out there and that we can increase awareness and also train people the right way. So thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can I put your email in the chat box?
Yes, sir, you can.
Okay, I'll do it. Fantastic. Well, I'll see you in the audience, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic. What a tour de force of the SOC of the future we've had today already. Nice comments from Nathan, Ed, thanks very much. Please keep those SOC future hashtags coming on LinkedIn and Twitter. It's really, really lively at the moment. Now, many of you remember that we, of course, work very heavily with the Circuit magazine and the BBA, and so we're deeply interested in technology and close protection, executive protection. So we're going to assemble our final panel, where we're going to look at what game-changing SOC technology could revolutionize executive security if only implemented, effectively. And I will just bring up our fantastic panelists, some of whom you will of course have seen before, but it's a great bunch. I'm going to tell you who we have. We have a few different time zones, so thank you to all of those who are coming in on a remote time zone. I'll just invite everybody to start their videos. Fantastic. Well, wonderful. So on our panel, we have Chris Story, co-founder Birch and Stone, also Conversations in CP, a great podcast. We have Kristen Lennerson, VP Managed Risk Services at World Aware. Joe Carpenter, Corporate Security Specialist at Virgin Atlantic. Adam Shamam, VP Business Development, Max Security Solutions. And Yanina Linker, who's an Executive Close Protection and Emergency Medical Technician. Everybody, welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. How have you found the session so far, Kristen?
Oh, it's been fantastic. Thank you so much for inviting myself and the other panelists here to speak today. As always, you try to dig a little bit deeper and give a little bit more information than just right off the top. So it's never a 101 level course with you. You always dig a little deeper. So thank you for that, Phelim.
Well, no, thank you for your support as well. And we will try and dive a little bit deeper on this very topic, which is very good. So I'm pleased you're a fan of digital deep dives and so on. I tell you what, Chris, we're going to be talking in this panel about how executive protection can harness the SOC of tomorrow, or how physical security can harness the SOC of tomorrow. Well, what does the SOC look like now for EP and physical security, Chris? Chris, I think you're muted. Not to worry. I tell you what, whilst we work out, Chris, Kristen, what does the SOC of today look like for EP?
I think the SOC of today is still a very traditional security operations center. And so you're still going to have a lot of your good old fashioned access control, cameras, potentially cameras looking at a residence. But for the most part, it's not specific to EP. EP seems to be kind of a trickling component at times, not always necessarily even focused on EP. That's kind of still collateral duty. So I think the SOC is very traditional. It's very tactical. It's very wheels up, wheels down, to a point where perhaps a low level of tracking of like trips, like I said, residences, perhaps even, who your EP folks might be on what detail. But again, it's not, everything that I've seen so far is not incredibly sophisticated in the general corporate marketplace.
Okay, fantastic. Joe, what do you think then? Is it not so sophisticated in the world of physical security? What's the SOC of today look like? And I think you're on mute, Joe.
Some people say that's my best being on mute, but I'll try not to on this occasion. Yeah, very much so. I mean, my experience in physical protection is you cannot replace the basic human factor, and humans are your best resource in terms of this, because you're looking at kind of almost gut instincts, common sense, things that can't always be replicated by technology. But for me, it's where technology can support this and solve the problems that we encounter. But yeah, it is very basic. and I think anything to move away from there could be problematic. My specialism now is aviation security, so we're all aware of the kind of the physical security aspects of aviation. I'm sure everybody on this call has laboured through it at times, and how that's changed over the years as the terrorist threats evolves. The physical security measures at airports and for airlines have had to evolve with it. In terms of technology, we're now moving forward into the realms of advances in X-ray machines, both for passengers and cargo and luggage, and that's really the direction we're going forward for in the future. Really looking at what the CT threat is and how the problems that businesses have with whilst trying to protect the people as well as actually protect their revenue streams, and how technology can support that.
Interesting. Well then, Adam, as a business enabler then, and by the way, thank you. I know it's a bit late for you in your time zone. Welcome. What does the SOC look like for EP today?
So I think I agree with Christian in the sense that it is still sort of basic. It's based on a lot of human knowledge, and maybe in some cases a little too reactive and not as proactive as it should be. But I think we've seen it over the last few years developing with a lot more technology, a lot more understanding that there is a need to bring in more ability to enable the EP and the close protection team to make decisions based on tactical intelligence, on more detailed intelligence specific to the locations that they're in, and specific to the threats that are surrounding both them geographically and their principles. So while it's still very human-based, very less technological than most of the other SOCs that we've seen and we've heard earlier in this forum, I think it's something that is expanding and is growing to be much more technologically focused.
Okay, tech focused. Janina, what do you think? Tech focused or boots on the ground, business as usual? What do you think the SOC of today looks like? Is it a mobile phone app?
As an operator, I haven't really worked with that many SOCs or GSOCs. I must agree with Adam though, and Kristen. They are very reactionary, and it's less a matter of being fed information as I need it than asking for support. And I think going forward, there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed in the current SOC. So sorting out the human element before we can move toward automation.
All right, well, in the pre-conference call with the human element, Kristen, what do you think? Are we moving from reactivity to proactivity in the world of EP?
That's what we always try to do in everything we do in security. We never want to be reactive. We always want to be proactive, get in front of the threat. However, a lot of the traditional SOCs, and I think the SOCs that most of us have seen and worked on or have had experience with, it is kind of a reactionary position. You're looking at a camera, you see something, then you tell someone something, or your alarm goes off, you see something, you call someone. So that's definitely a piece of it. So it's not only what we need to move towards for the SOC of the future is not only updating the technology, but it's also educating, and it's also kind of giving different, more proactive responsibilities to the folks that are there, 24/7. And it is it can be a mind-numbing job to sit in a SOC. So of course you always want to make sure that you've got the absolute best resources for what they're going to be doing, but you want to make sure that they're trained on those best resources. So moving forward from reactive, just kind of helping, monitor what's going on, maybe monitor what we're doing, starting to get into proactive. So one of the things that I've seen over the years that has been very cool is actually putting a virtual kind of tent around either a location, an event, a detail, and monitoring any sort of the incident alerts, or sometimes even monitoring the social media that's taking place around those. So that's kind of a more proactive way to look at things. You still have to obviously have the advance and talk to everyone else. But that could be one way to move forward. But again, until you can train the bodies, train your SOC staff of what this looks like and how to kind of think outside the box, because as everyone knows with EP, you can't just take everything for granted. It's a constant thought process, and not just reacting to what you're seeing in front of you, but what could you potentially be seeing change in front of you, if that makes sense.
I like it. I like it. Chris, are you still there? No, Chris not quite there, but Chris will come back. Joe, then, this reactivity, proactivity, is it what we've always needed to do on the ground anyway? So it shouldn't come as a great surprise if the SOC of tomorrow does it.
I think there's an element of both. You have to accept that you cannot plan for everything, and you're proactive in the things that you can be proactive about. So it depends whether it's the SOC, whatever you're managing in the SOC, whether it's an EP, whether it's a security event. The first thing is you have your baseline intelligence. So you can research whether it's the area, you can research whether it's the person. You can then, based on that research, intelligence, information sources you have on that, you can plan possible scenarios and possible reactions to that. So there is an element that you can be proactive. And again, it's just based on good intelligence sources. But then you also have to accept that there may be occasions you are going to be reactive. There's things that you cannot plan for. And it's kind of having your processes set up to react. So how do you plan for the unknown? Well, you kind of plan to respond to the unknown. So in terms of reactive, what can you do? You just have contingency plans. And for me, you react to the intelligence or what's happening on the ground. Now, for me, problem I've had, so in the past, in the counter-terrorism police ops rooms I've worked in, we had access. If something happened, which often it did, that wasn't planned for, we would have access to so many different intelligence databases, police, security service, government databases, and then you can very quickly develop an intelligence picture to support that event that you're reacting to. A problem I encounter is now in the private sector is having access to fast time intelligence and information sources. For me, how I would do it in Virgin is almost relying a lot on open source. So we're talking about kind of the geographical, the geofencing, keywords in certain locations that will trigger a kind of a response from us. But for us, we massively rely on open source intelligence, and also what the systems we have, our booking system. So, for example, say it's a passenger, it's a bomb threat, it's a suspicious passenger, it's a disruptive passenger. We would then look at what information we do hold on them, and almost it's not so much the information that we hold, it's almost the style of information. So what are the triggers? So if somebody is being suspicious on board or have made a bomb threat, then we'll be looking at, actually, is that passenger, have they booked late? Have they booked using cash? Are they on the one-way ticket? Have they been booked to return in 3 weeks' time, but actually they've got no luggage? So it's almost monitoring their behavior and input in the information that we have rather than the information. And that's sometimes how we formulate our responses based on that. And that's how we get around it, because we don't have the intelligence databases that I used to have access to, unless we escalate things to police, and we don't always want to do that.
Yeah, no, indeed. I like it. Databases that we don't, still have access to. Chris, are you there? No, I can't hear you. I tell you what, Chris, I'll send you a dial-in number, and then I'll bring you in that way. Maybe that'll be the one. All right. Adam, this is a nice comment coming from Maxigal. He says there's a huge advantage to having an experienced field agent in your SOC, not just a theoretical intel analyst. Is that where the proactivity is going to come from?
It's one of the areas, and it's a great point. I mean, one of the things that we do with our SOC analysts, which, by the way, we don't call them analysts, they're risk managers, because they're not only analyzing, they're also managing the risk. They're being proactive. They have to assist the close protection team. And one of the things we do is we send them out to the field. We give them a taste of the field. As part of their training, they go through tasks with the close protection team to enable them to feel what the EP teams feel. And it's something that is necessary to be proactive, is to understand the mindset of also the operator, in order to be able to assist them, to give them the knowledge to think like the operator thinks, to give them that actionable intelligence that they can make the decisions. Because in most of these situations, especially in the reactive ones, there's minimal time to make a decision. And so if you have a good SOC that knows what kind of recommendations the operator or the close protection agent needs, it can work faster, it can work more efficient, and it can work much better.
I like it. Yanina, what do you think then? What can enable this proactivity? Obviously, there's lots of different intel feeds that you could incorporate, including medical intel. What would that look like?
Well, training, absolutely. Having these risk managers go out into the field and understanding what kind of intelligence might an operator need and when they might need it. From a medical perspective, I think training a risk manager to recognize basic medical terminology or recognize an incident and what sort of interventions they might need to initiate. So if you have a road traffic accident, you would initiate a cascade of ambulance and police and X, Y, and Z. Or if you have a POI targeting your client, you might want to rather look at an evacuation cascade starting out. So yeah, the proactive is getting the risk managers and the operators speaking the same language, and not just analyst speak or tactical ex-mil language, but everybody using a similar terminology to keep it simple and therefore effective.
I like it. Similar game plan, similar terminology. Kristen, we've got a question from the audience. Philip Ingram says, should all SOC activity be based on intelligence, and is there a need for better centralized, trusted, all-source intelligence center feed to SOCs? I guess if you're in the police, that would kind of make sense, but what about in the world of EP?
The short answer is yes. Longer answer is, again, it's really looking at it. So with EP, you can have the intelligence in there. You just have to really determine what is the most important intelligence that you need for this particular detail at this time with this client under these conditions, right? So you don't want to be carrying on about maybe some strategic issue that could be 6-7 days down the road. What you need to do is just really understand and have a good communication method between your teams to say, here's the criticality, here's the incidents that we're, with the risk managers, which I love. Thank you, Adam. That's a fantastic title for that. Talking to your risk managers ahead of time and saying, here's what we're going to be doing, here's where we're going to be going, here's the criticality of issues that we might look at. And if it falls under a certain type of threshold, we don't need to be contacted with it right now, unless it's an immediate risk. If it's an immediate criticality where you do have to do something like evacuate, or you do have to move or leave. At any rate, I think it's a really good idea, but I think that you have to get that common operating, like Jania was talking about, like language down first, and then the understanding of how are we going to communicate during a crisis or during any of these things. So I think it is good to, and then also like Mac was saying, you don't just want to have theoretical people in there kind of pontificating about what could be an issue. You actually need to kind of think about, and you can't triage everything, but have a good idea of what the operational problems might be ahead of time and moving that forward.
That's great. Well, Chris, do you agree with that? Have we got you on the line now?
I hope so.
Yes. We do.
Going to be on a technology conference or talk of the future and not being able to work Zoom. Pretty awesome.
Fantastic. So Chris, what do you see as the SOC of today then for EP, and have we made that jump to proactivity? You know, I've lost.
We made the jump to just yet.
How about now? Is that better? Is that better, Chris?
How about now? Have me now.
Yeah, that's perfect.
There we go. Okay, so do I think we're doing that? No. No. I think some organizations are doing it. Some organizations are just triaging alarms and alerts, just like was talked about before. But as we look at a better approach to EP or risk management, with those risk analysts, it's about informing real-time information, what affects the operations at each level, where it's tactical, operational, or strategic. And once we get a hold of that, we can help not only our EP operations, but the rest of the enterprise, essentially, by understanding what risks that affect us, what can impact us immediately, deal with those on the spot from an immediate emergency response aspect, and then escalate anything outside of the organization or the unit's purview.
So Chris, then, Chris, how can we make this tactical? How can we make the SOC give us tactical intelligence, especially for an EP detail that doesn't want to get bothered every 5 seconds?
Well, as like many of the panelists said before, it's about the right information at the right time to the right people. There's plenty of actually emerging technology that allows us to get, we don't need necessarily one over the world, but one over operation technology from a situational awareness standpoint. What can affect me in the field right now? I don't need to know about what's going to affect me next month or what we're doing on the next 4 moves, but how do we impact that operation at the tactical level, which is, what's going on around me in the immediate area that can hurt me eventually or hurt the principal. And I think that's the focus, with the ability to have those safety layers in place on the ground for what we're dealing with right now, and then we can worry about what we're going to deal with tomorrow. And that's almost the epitome of tactical intelligence.
And do you feel that this is the role of the SOC? Because often EP will outsource their SOC, or they'll have a SOC in their pocket. Is this their role, or is it just something to augment what they're already doing?
Well, I think we all get the sense of, when we watch whatever spy movie where we've got somebody that's providing immediate support to that spy professional, turn left here, turn right here, jump out this window, whatever the case is. And I would say we're probably getting fairly close to that, but also unrealistic. So we need to be able to support what's going on right now. And I think what we've seen from a SOC perspective, that definition is very, very broad. Right? We've got cyber, we've got physical security, we've got executive protection, and they can all be in a fusion center to help feed intelligence to the appropriate elements at the right time. But from an executive protection SOC, we need to know what, and to be situated where what's going on around us, and it can impact us, what resources are available locally to us, at the time that we need them.
All right, well then, following on from that, Mike Godeker, let's put a question, and I'll take Mike's question and I'll give it to Adam, I think. Mike asks, what would you wish to be offered by the SOC to do your jobs faster? Just OSINT or something else? Adam, what would help?
I mean, I think that the thing that would help most is for the SOC to be always one step ahead of me as someone on the ground. So give me always a heads up on what's going on at the next place that I'm moving to. Not only where I am, because I can also the team can see what's going on, but always in the next movement. So if the SOC knows where I'm going in advance, they know what the dangers are, and they can follow what's going on in the next movement and the movement after that, and they can give me a heads up. Then I, or whoever's on the team on the ground, can make a decision, plan A, plan B. I can give you a good case study we had in the Ukraine for that. There was a protest that was 5 minutes away from the hotel of the principal, right in the direction of the initial route. The SOC knew that the process was going on. They informed the team leader on the ground. He saw the intelligence, made a decision, plan B, diverted, and it's a simple logistical situation that he was able to avert because he had that that heads up, and it would have created an awkward situation had he had to make that decision at the protest itself. So the heads up would be for me the main thing from the SOC. Heads
up. Well, Janina, what do you think apart from future as a service, almost, because that's what we all would like. What's around the next corner, what's coming our way. What about doctors as a service?
Doctors as a service. So you're talking subject matter expertise on demand.
Yeah, on demand. Like, no, you don't need to embed a Benin expert all the time, but you might want to get a Benin expert on the phone when you're in Benin.
Yes.
Similarly, you don't have a medical emergency all the time.
Yes, so most operations have a team medic. If you're lucky, they're trained to paramedic level, but like myself, I'm a lowly EMT. So having that voice on the other side of the line with real-time information, I feed in the observations, I feed in the triage situation, and then the doctor or the paramedic on the other side can give me that information. Knowing that I have that capability would really, really help. And from a SOC perspective, that's not so much. So as I understand the SOC, it's there's an alert that goes to the SOC, that goes to the operators. But from a medical emergency perspective, the alert will come from the operator to the SOC. And then there might be some kind of triage or intervention cascade. So knowing that there is the capability or the capacity of that more knowledgeable player on the other end of the line would be really helpful.
That's nice. And that knowledgeable player on the other end of the line, Kristen, you spoke of SOC as a reach back. I like that term. What do you mean by that? What is the reach back? It's not some sort of secret squirrel thing. What is it?
No, so one of the corporations that I worked at, we had some fairly significant persons of interest, POIs. And so this is just a blatant example of kind of what I'm speaking about one time. But when we knew the executive was going to be going to a certain location, we would always check and see kind of what POIs were going to be around that location, what their status was, just looking at them and kind of keeping an active monitor during open source. So if we could see that our principal was going to be speaking at a public event, and that we could see that this person had planted on his hand, then we'd be able to kind of let the protection detail know this person will be there at this time. We can see them taking pictures through social media and posting them through the event, so we could actually get location of where they were looking and where they were moving towards. At one point, the person even turned around and took a selfie so we could give a description of what they were wearing to the protection detail. So it was also something where, that was one piece of it where we could have the SOC understanding what the risks were, proactively sending that out to the EP detail. At the same time, when the detail saw something suspicious, they saw a vehicle that looked a little suspicious, send that information back to the SOC just to see if there was any correlation. They could quickly check with anything open source, whether this could just be a complete coincidence or if this is something that they should actually be worried about and honed in on. And came back that it was just a coincidence. It wasn't anything connected to any POIs that we knew. We couldn't actually peg this vehicle and have it linked to any sort of threat. So at this point then, it was determined it's not an issue, keep moving forward. So it was just another set of kind of eyes and ears in the sky, like Chris was talking about with the spy movies that we'd love to have, but being able to reach back when you're not supposed to be on your phone on a detail, you're not supposed to be doing these things, but having just another set of eyes that if there was something happening, they would reach out to you in this critical moment and say, here's what the person's wearing, here's where they are, here's where they're moving towards.
And in that respect, it would be a force multiplier.
Exactly. Some people don't always have if you have a counter surveillance or surveillance detection detail with you, that's optimal, but sometimes you don't always have that. So this could be kind of an electronic eyes in the sky, reach back capability.
So Joe, do you think then the SOC of the future could be the great leveler? Just as an individual operator doesn't have the money or power of a massive group of operators, so you used to have the power of the public sector databases, and now you don't. maybe the SOC of the future is the great leveler.
Sure, I think the great leveler is trust, which has to be in any SOC of the past, the present, or the future. So the agents in the field, the boots on the ground, whatever you want to call them, they have to have ultimate trust in the SOC and the information being given to them by the SOC. And how do you develop that trust? I mean, there's probably three main things. The main things is if the agents in the field ask a question, you have the answer straight away. And even better than that, you have the answer whilst they're still thinking about the question, you know. And if you don't have the answer, say, I don't know the answer, but I will get it back to you. And you know, nobody likes blaggers, nobody likes hearing rubbish. So I think you need to be honest with the operatives on the ground, and they will trust you. Hopefully you won't have to say, oh, I don't know. But you know, I used to pride myself in knowing everything about my person of interest, whether or the area of interest, or the city of interest where our people was or were. So I can give those answers and anticipate them more interestingly, and so actually, have you considered this? So I think yeah, the SOC's a great leveler, but trust is the biggest leveler, because you cannot work in any team without that trust. And the problem with a SOC is quite often because you are remote, you could be working more often not with people who have never met you before, and so the only experience of you is here and now, and how you are working together, and you know that, and how do you build that trust where you show competence and just using the things I've just provided. But any team ever I play that, whether that's rugby, whether that's a policing team on the streets on a Saturday night, or it's a counter-terrorism operation behind a person of interest, or trying to protect a principal, you have to trust your teammates.
I like it. Trust and motivation. It's something, a bit of a thread we've had throughout the whole event, which is really nice. Chris, why don't we answer Susanna's question? Susanna says, maybe it's not the most interesting question. Actually, no, I think it's really interesting, Susanna. How can you make it a rewarding career path for the analyst? Even if you're not directly employing them, Chris, surely there's some simple ways to show them they're appreciated. You're muted again.
Snacks work well, from what I understand. But no, I heard one of the other panelists say that the analysts felt oftentimes underappreciated by those who were the heroes in the field with the earpieces and the suits. And I think the way to appreciate them is to, you know, show the value that they bring, right? Sure, I made the big win by taking a left instead of a right by the information you provided, but the information you provided was what the key to the success of the mission, because it is a team effort. The analyst is the reach back capability that Kristen's talking about, and that Adam talked about as well. We get to make the decisions on the ground, but at the end of the day, the people who have that overwatch or understanding from a situational awareness standpoint, they know what's going on around us. They can give us that guidance on, you know, what has happened that might impact the operation, and then options for, you know, departures, different arrivals, or courses of action. So looping them into what that win was, I think, is very important, as well as if there are any issues, so that we can help, like Joe was talking about, build that trust to work better together.
That's very positive. And let's keep that positivity. Let's round up and go to everybody and basically say, what type of tech would you like the SOC of the future to sort of have, if it could have it? So I'll just go around tour de force. Kristen, what would you like it to have? Let's end on some positivity.
Oh, wow. SOC of the future. I would like to have all the resources I had in government, plus every camera in the world, plus, you know, Jania's team on standby. You know, you can't always necessarily plan for everything, but obviously the detail team in the field, if there was a counter surveillance team, or at least a counter surveillance person on the detail, would be very helpful. Just so this way you can designate someone for the intel folks to speak with in the field, so they're not bugging the detail. That's always very important. As far as in the room, they need to have, obviously all the knowledge of whatever comms we can use, whatever kind of reach back we can give them, but also looking at what sort of open source software, what sort of open source options are there for us to do a lot of quick searching. So you have to always keep up on, what's available open source, because that does change so quickly. And sometimes it's Twitter, but sometimes it's Kik or whichever kind of medium that people are using. And then also just the continued education for the whole team. I would love to have a drone. I think that would be fantastic, but there's a lot of stipulations around not having that everywhere. So
that's a big wish list.
Yes.
Adam, do you have a different wish list or a similar wish list?
I would have to say it's very similar, especially the drone is definitely something I'd love to have. But also a SOC where you have a comprehensive team, with people that are trained both medically, cyber, the security side, the intel analysts, to be able to have a one-stop shop for all of the EP needs that you go to one place, you have all the details to support the team. I mean, that would be the ideal.
One-stop shop, I like it. Janina, do you want some sort of medical drones with chest compressors or something? What would you like?
I mean, I can't live in my dreams all the time, but I think for me it would be, for the SOC of the future, we'd have to look at existing problems. So there was a study that was done from March to April of 2020. It's done by Devo, commissioned by Devo, done by Poneman Institute. And one of the biggest differences between high-performing and low-performing SOCs was the high turnover of analysts due to burnout. So I think it was Michael Affronti was talking about 3 principles of your SOC. It's your culture, your collaboration, and automation. And if you have to look at the culture of what goes on in a SOC, the staff members, the risk managers, you can have as technologically advanced a SOC as you want. If you don't maintain your human element, that's going nowhere. So for me, it would be happy, friendly people on the other side of the line. And then what I'm most excited about is a communication app, a little bit of software that, like we were saying earlier, everybody's speaking the same language, but now transferring that to a digital platform where you have end-to-end encryption, you have SOC risk managers having infallible notification access to each and every operator, the capacity to record incidents with specific times, as well as SOC operator interactions. I think there is a bit of software that can also generate your report. So that can double up not only as a patient report, but also maybe a framework for post-incident debrief. And yeah, there's that little bit of software, that little app in your pocket that could just streamline and optimize communication between your SOC, because they're valuable, and you, the operator on the ground. That would be my dream.
Well, there you go. You're hoovering up these wishes and desires. We've got the one-stop shop. We have better communications and happy people on the end of the line. Joe, can you top that? Is there anything else that you might want?
I can't top that. I would never try to top my co-panelists, but I do agree with mostly what they're saying. Apart from the drones, certainly in aviation, we don't like drones, especially after Gatwick a few years ago caused all sorts of problems. But certainly I agree. Information intelligence sources, making the best of what we can get. Appreciating that we cannot get what we used to have in the government, but making the best of what we get, and mainly open source. I mean, I even in the police, I remember the day Lee Rigby was murdered. I was in the intelligence team in SO15, and it came in about potentially what was going on. And the first thing I went on was Twitter, and we had all these eyewitness reports coming in on Twitter, and it was like, oh, actually, we always think it's a load of rubbish, but actually there's something in this. So I would never discount the use of open source. I'd like to see in the future just an easier way to extract the relevant information from open source, and then for us in the SOC to then be able to, interpret it very quickly and disseminate what is relevant to the teams on the ground. So again, agree with a lot of my other co-panelists, really, whatever tech there is to almost pick out the bones of what's relevant, and then enable us to disseminate it very quickly and very briefly to the teams on the ground. Being both in an ops room and been on the ground before, I can see both sides. And again, in agreement with other panelists, I think with COVID-19 coming in, I feel, you know, if you look at the ops rooms, the police ops rooms, they're based on the Stockwell report, which said actually you want everybody in one room, very close together, so there's a free flow of information, a quick decision-making process, so everybody knows the same information. Well, actually, do we want everybody close together anymore? So maybe some kind of platform which is encrypted that we can almost have remote SOC, so all the experts are like this on a feeding into this. I don't know how easy that would be, but and then you have ready access to various expertise with just on a dialing, really. I think that's the way it would go for me. So in a nutshell, easy access to what information we get, making the best use of what information we get, being able to interpret that and disseminate it quickly, and also having remote SOCs with social distances, and almost maybe the ability to have pop-up SOCs wherever we need them.
I like it, and I like the you know, harnessing open source intelligence and making something synthesized from it. I remember in our January forum, which we did physically. It's not the last one we did physically, but we did the EP Tech forum in London physically. We did wonder how you can make use of the TikTok videos about Corona, because in China there were lots of people doing those videos, and then they got taken down. And we were wondering, well, how do we capture that? And before they get taken down, and how do we synthesize it? So I really like that one, synthesizing you know, social media. Chris, what can you want that is different to everything everyone else wants?
Well, we all probably want the same thing. I think the difference is, on one of the other panels, I think it was Eliza, had said, you know, we have all these tools, and we have all of them as resources or sensors, but we only use and manage a certain amount of them. So if so many are becoming emerging technologies, et cetera, I think what we really need is a single pane of glass to kind of filter up what is good, or what is valuable and relevant, and then other pieces to parse off for maybe later use, because those risk managers really become software managers, folks who are just trying to manage whatever tool that's in front of them at the time, or remembering that another tool does one other thing. So from an overall perspective, I think having that single pane of glass that would pull together all the disparate software, you know, whether it's from whatever provider, you know, WorldAware, Ontic, Save This Team, so that I can have it at my fingertips for immediate response.
Fantastic. I think, do we have Travis from Ontic? Maybe not. Remember, he was earlier. So no, that's a really nice tour de force. Well, there's so many more angles we could have gone down. Scott Richardson has made some nice points. He said, you know, value of field experience, intel-led rather than bloodhound. You know, delays to match output contributions of the SOC. There's so many different ways we could do this. But I hope you all agree this is quite a diverse panel. You know, you're not all from the same world in physical security, so it's nice to sort of tail it off that way. I hope everyone's had a great panel. Lee Orton really likes it. He's saying hello from Mexico. Mike says really valuable discussion. I think this has been a very interesting way to round it off. We started with a fireside chat, very casual, and we've come back to the world of physical security, and I think it's been really good. So please give our fantastic panel a round of applause. Adam, Joe, Kristen, Chris, and Janina. It's been a pleasure having you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Fantastic. Well, you're very welcome to stick around, or if you have to go, that's fine. I'm just going to bring up any interested panelists to the stage for a bit of post review. So if you want to go, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm very happy to bring people up just at the end. Fantastic. Philip, would you like to come up? I think so. Yeah. And Kevin, would you like to come up? And hi, Kevin. How are you doing? Hi, Philip.
Hi, Pelham.
How have you enjoyed it, Philip? Have you had a good time?
I have, yes. Unfortunately, I came in late because I was rehearsing another webinar for next week. But fascinating discussions.
Fantastic. Hi, Lee. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. Great job as always, Phelan, and super cool. I love that last panel, and I really enjoyed that you've got a young professional on there too, an operator as well. I think that's super cool. Yeah, you've got a really cool wide spectrum of people today, and some of the earlier presentations and panels were really thought-provoking. I love the way that you always bring it together. So thanks as always, mate, and thanks to everybody that took the time out to really help influence the industry and keep moving it and proactively in the right direction. So well done to all.
Hey, no, thanks. Thanks for staying on so long. Oh, Mac, you've just joined us. How are you doing, Mac?
Hey everyone. Hey Chris, hey Lee, hey Janina, Kristen. Oh, long time. Hey, what's up? Yeah, that was really interesting. Right, it's really interesting, and it's such fun. The different personalities, like Lee was saying, the different personalities from different backgrounds, right, that you bring in, and then you get this kind of diversity. But at the end of the day, kind of everyone sees it the same, but there's always this dissonance, right? So we're on these panels saying how we all think it should be, and then somehow when you get out there, it's never really that way, right? So there's still this dissonance between our vision and the ability to actually implement, right, in the field or in the SOC or in the organization, right? That's a real challenge.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. Kevin, nice to see you again. You've been here from the beginning and now the end. How's the day been for you?
Feels like I've been here all my life, Pella. Been to so many of these.
Did we kind of look at the topics that we set out to look at the beginning?
Yeah, I felt on reflection, I felt a bit of a fraud with it because I just told you honestly the sort of things we should be looking at. I mean, the question was with that first session, what technology do you need? And I didn't list one product or one app, one platform in any of that. And that's because that honest response was to revisit what we said, is that SOC really needs to decide what it wants to sell in the first place. You can't do that, it's too far away from it. You know, you need to work that business model out. And I think what Steve Smith had to say from his perspective there was right. Once we got further into the day, you had some very experienced people who worked around different types of SOCs that give some excellent insights really into the type of things in terms of skills and threats that they're facing. So I think it was almost as though that chat possibly come too early in the day forward, because it looks to somebody coming in and hearing that the first off, it might have seemed as though we were missing the point or avoiding the question, but it's not the case. We needed to say, look, you know, it depends what type of SOC you're looking at. So we were setting reference terms. I think it was I got an awful lot out of that from the perspective of people who work in a different type of SOC than I've had any experience of. Not that I've ever worked in a SOC, but than what we provide to, and particularly the guys who are more cyber orientated. It was actually quite a good learning experience for me today. I think the one thing that wasn't grasped, unless it come out at a time when maybe I didn't have full attention, was about the need for strategic threat identification that needs to be done in sort of peacetime, if you know what I mean. When you're looking at the threat vectors to a business, is where those actors are coming from. I know we had a few references to, adverse state actors, but I meant in terms of the process of looking at a business and who is likely to want to either destroy, steal, or copy either the intellectual property or the assets. And that needs doing before you start seeing any adverse activity in front of you. It's almost a bit too late by then. You need to be looking at these people and sort of horizon scanning to see who would be a natural adversary for you, regardless of the activity you're seeing. Because, as somebody else mentioned later, you're going to get this, I can't remember who mentioned it now, but you're talking about the attack by proxy. And we've already seen the Russians employing criminal groups to do those attacks for them. So in order to see a little bit further, you need to have a strategic perspective on who's likely to be at the end of it to start looking for the join-ups, if you know what I mean, yeah? And that is a world away, of course, from the type of stuff that we've just ended with, which is, what the tactical teams need. In particular, I think I was looking at what Joe had to say, and I think what Chris had to say as well. That tactical stuff, I think the industry is crying out for the executive protection teams, for simple apps that allow guys that are in the field providing tactical intelligence support, or even, I suppose, if they're doing it remotely, to be able to get a quick first response to localized intelligence. Now, you know that we do that already through the social media intelligence platforms we develop. We've got those things that can geofence areas and give you answers. The reality is, over the years, because the social media platforms have cut down on the amount of geo-enabled intelligence that's available to researchers, we're actually more concerned with the relationships of people that we're seeing on the ground than actually fact the content of what they're saying. If you think of social media intelligence as standing on 3 pillars of content, location, and relationships, it's those relationships that have actually become the greatest providers of insight into the identity and the activity of adverse actors. And since the Cambridge Analytica scandal, that's been harder to come by, although you just need to work around it.
I like it, and that's great because you've seen it from the beginning to the end of the event.
Yeah.
And that's food for the next one. Let me ask Janina, how did you enjoy the event? You've been to a few of the others. Is there any topic that you would like to maybe include? You're on mute, Dick.
I really enjoyed this. It's my first time as a panelist on one of your fantastic forums, all of which I've enjoyed before. I can't at the moment think of something, but I will be sure to text it over, to mail it over.
No, that's good. It's good. I like to ask. Kristen, it's nice to see you in a virtual format. I know we've seen you a lot in a physical format. How have you enjoyed the day?
Oh, it was fantastic. Actually, so you've attended my event before. Thank you for coming out to Las Vegas. I know it's quite a hardship for you to come. But no, this has actually been really great because not only just seeing how well the technology works for everyone to kind of collaborate and have panels and do all of this. So this has been very eye-opening. One of the things that we're concerned about is obviously being able to meet physically in the future. So I think what you've done here is rather brilliant. And I'd like to talk to you a little bit about it on the back end, get a little more information. But I really think that this is a great format for quickly sharing, collaborating, and doing everything else with, within the industry, especially across time zones and across locations. So I appreciate you doing that. I'll have to think of some potential future topics, but I'm sure we can do some. If anyone wants to do something specifically around, intel or protective intel, I'm happy to kind of get a panel together for that for you if you need it.
Nice. Can I just add one thing there? Just one short thing on the back of what I just said. I think in some of the future conferences that we do, that there's a place for a panel, a diverse enough panel, to look at where strategic and tactical threat intelligence overlaps. I know the difference of it, but it's a long way from being an EP guy on the ground, whether you're there as a bullet catcher or whether you're there to provide tactical intelligence support. It's a long way from there to a horizon scanning and trying to anticipate the new threats that might be coming down the pipe towards you if your nation ends up being involved in a cyber war with a hostile government because of trade issues, right? And just see what's coming with that in the next few months.
And Kevin, I'd expand on that and say it's understanding that what would be threat from a strategic asset, a nation state asset, down at the tactical level to the principles that there are in businesses and elsewhere. I don't think, and as I talk to more and more people really understand that nation state actors will be interested in senior business personnel as they're moving around the place. And I'm shocked at the number of people that I talk to who are taking their normal IT, their normal telephones into Russia, into China and places like that, and coming out and not thinking about it, not thinking about the implications of what's going to go on. And they're still continuing then back in their normal business environment. And the advice that they're getting is, oh no, it's, you know, you're not going to be on the threat radar. They very much are on the threat radar. And it's that, and combining in, Pelham, I think, the human element again. Whenever you want to hack a network, it's easier to hack the human than it is to hack the electronics. So you're getting to people to understand that the wider social engineering piece, and continuously hammering that in, because people understand their physical exposure, and the teams on the ground are great at protecting people from their physical exposure, but it's very difficult to get people to understand their wider digital exposure, and that wider digital exposure including all the layers of family and friends and all the rest of it. So as people are going through the airport and taking a little selfie saying, I've just arrived here today, and put that up on social media, they don't realize that that could be targeting some of these more strategic assets or other criminal assets in against them very easily. And it's getting that level of education across.
Yeah, even I had to tell a couple of future English teachers going to Mexico, maybe they shouldn't have their geolocation tagging on Instagram.
But it's more than that, if I can jump in, following what Philip said, which I completely agree with. We've been speaking about what we're calling like the Executive Protection Technical Officer, right? That EP teams have to learn to understand the technical side, right? If my client is going to now be in his hotel suite and conducting his Zoom meetings from there, I need to understand what, right, IoT Wi-Fi security looks like. I need to understand what to take out of the room. I need to understand that he can't plug his cell phone into the USB port in the lamp next to his bed, whatever it is. But I think us as EP people or agents, right, need to become technically enhanced, and we need to learn that side of it, because it's more and more and more and more relevant. TSCM, all the stuff, especially now after COVID, when people are going to be doing a lot more business on Zoom, from their conference rooms, from their hotel suites, right? We've got to catch up really quickly. Otherwise, we're going to be kind of irrelevant.
I think if you take a look at least some of the things that we're observing in quote unquote cyberspace, we're already in a moment of hybrid warfare. And we're already in a moment where proxy wars have been going on for the last few years. I think the difficult thing becomes with intelligence gathering and trying to figure out what a picture of reality is based off of some of the new tools that we're seeing right now, which is extremely alarming. Right now, we're capable of using machine learning with just a few GPUs, that's a few graphics cards, to basically create any type of video and audio file that we want, to basically target people that are collecting information and leading them down a false road. I think we're already seeing a convergence of the SOC and also classical security in regards to increasing our affinity to actually thinking in intelligence terms, and also collecting the information and verifying that as actionable intelligence. But a lot of the companies that talk about threat feeds or threat intelligence don't even know what the intelligence lifecycle is. A second thing is, during the pandemic, one of the ladies here was an EMT. By the way, an EMT is never low. And the MTS is more often, in my experience as a rescue diver, more important than a doctor, because we have the tools. We may not have everything, but if you can intubate and you have your stuff there and stop the bleeding, sometimes that's all you need. But anyway, getting back to the topic, I just couldn't let that stand because you're important. Everyone's important. I think this convergence of trying to combine a failing cybersecurity thought, mentality, and training with intelligence is something that we have to get right, because we no longer have that time. If we have fake news and things that we can plant to create a different type of information that leads us down the wrong road, it will be much more dangerous as hybrid warfare continues. And I think that's an interesting aspect. How we're going to do that in the future, I think these types of forums where we discuss emerging these two technologies together is a start, but we have to go down this road much faster than we're going right now.
Can I then ask Adam then, because Adam's still here. You've been to both the IPSB and our London event. Would you like to see more content from the Middle East, maybe from other areas? I don't know. How have you enjoyed today? What would you like to see?
I mean, first of all, I enjoyed it a lot, and you know, I learned a lot of new things here from various panels. I think I agree with Christian that I'd love to see a lot more on the protective intelligence side, and again, also with the merge of strategic and tactical. Both those issues are, I think, are extremely important and very relevant, especially in the Middle East. I think overall these sessions are extremely good. I mean, just, you know, preparing for a panel, the ideas that run through your head, you're constantly thinking about new things and about new methods, and you learn here from you know, from experienced people in the industry, and it's an excellent forum. And I think it you know, the more we discuss this, the more we collaborate, you know, the better we all get in the end. Where, you know, the security industry is very small. We're a close-knit family in a way. So any information that we can get and help each other, it's always great.
And in terms of collaboration, I noticed on LinkedIn a few people are collaborating with ACES Africa chapter. I noticed, yes, Lee, you're going to Nigeria theoretically, but not actually. How's that collaboration going? I used to run Nigerian and Ghanaian events, so I'm quite interested.
Yeah, I got, yeah, thanks for the big shout out on the plug as well. I appreciate that, Phelim. I got asked by Victoria, who runs the Nigeria as is chapter. I'm doing something at the moment which GSD, Get Security Done. We've basically tagged ourselves as some security mavericks, all getting together, all challenging the industry to move it, you know, proactively and positively forward. If you think about, again, the conference that you've put on again today, you know, from my perspective, the focus should be on the convergence. You know, we really need to get together all these different elements that we have, and I think that you've done it perfectly. And I think you should continue to beat that drum. I think as an industry on the whole, I think we fall short. I think we're poor in some of the things that we do. And one of the things that I'm trying to do, you know, I call a lot of people out. I challenge a lot of people. Kristen knows that. Janina, Mac, they all know that. And I like to get in people's faces and provoke a little bit, but I do it for a reason, because I want the best for the industry, and I'm passionate for what the future holds. Yeah, we can't sit on our laurels and we can't sit back. Yeah, we really need to use our voices and action, you know, all of this great progress that we're making. It kind of really grated with me earlier, and I asked a question, I can't remember what his name was in one of the panels, and they said that a standard or a document was 10 years old and it hasn't been updated for 10 years. I think that's shocking. And you know, I reached out to him on LinkedIn, and we had a little separate conversation. Yeah, and then I said, hey, how can I help? Yeah, and he said, well, I can't do any more than what I'm doing right now, is because he's been so consumed with it. But my point is we need more volunteers, more working groups to come together and really analyze that, because security evolves every second. In fact, we're so after the fact right now. We keep saying we're proactive, but most of us are reactive. I don't care what you say. You know, I've got the SOC of the future, some people say to me, you know, and I'm super focused on having the different elements all together. And I love our SOC and I love what it does. And it is about proactivity, but how can you be proactive when as an industry we're so far behind? So again, going back to your initial question, that's really what I'm going to talk about, you know, on the Africa event. Also lifting up Africa, you know, I called it, you know, I use the analogy of the sleeping lion. It's such a force, but it's so peaceful, right? And I don't mean in terms of, you know, the environment. I mean in terms of the voices, right? There's so much talent and diversity there again, yet we don't hear about it. So if having someone like me on there can help lift them up, then I'm going to do it, because again, they need help, they need support. We focus on all the same areas all the time. They just need a little bit of elevation, and yeah, let's plug them, let's push it forward. Diversity, young professionals, I'm super on that. Yeah, and I'm in that zone at the moment. I call myself an old boy now at 43, and I'm not old, you know, I know that. But again, I think that we fall short at nurturing the talent and coaching the talent. You know, we've already, one of the things I said at IPSB last year is that we're not sharing enough, you know, and why? You know, why are we keeping this fundamental knowledge to ourselves? You know, at the end of the day, again, we should be lifting, you know, the young professionals, bringing them forward. And you know, some people say that, you know, as you get older, you gather experience, you know, you're more wiser. Well, yeah, I call bullshit on that a little bit, because, you know, just because someone's younger than me doesn't mean that they haven't, you know, I know what I've done in my life. There's literally any box that I haven't ticked, right? Anyway, bit of a tangent. Thanks for the question. Yeah. You know, Africa, here we come.
And I enjoyed listening to your conversations in CP podcast with Chris.
Yeah, I enjoyed that too. Yeah, and we had a bit, you know, we had some fun too. And it's all about rawness and being vulnerable. I mean, I bared my bones. Yeah, I bared my soul. Yeah, what you see is what you get. And I think, again, it's about humanizing. And I want people, yeah, to come up and speak to me and ask me about my journey. And that's what I'm going to continue to talk about, because there may be something that kind of resonates together with us. And if I can lift you up and make you better, then that's what I'm going to do.
You know, I was actually going to say before you said this, I agree with every word you said, but kind of Christian starting with the IPSB, but the fact that all these people, Phelim, that you bring together on all these conferences, right? Everybody's here, giving from their time to share and improve and learn from each other, which I think is a testimony to our industry, right? It used to kind of be very proprietary, right? Until we figured out we don't really write proprietary algorithms, right? What we do isn't really rocket science. And if we can share it and make each other better, why wouldn't we do that? And Phelim, like bringing, and just because I happen to have worked to know Janina, bringing in not all the old dogs, not all the guys and girls who've been here 20 years, but bringing some of the younger, upcoming next generation talent into these forums, I think brings massive value, right? Because they see the world differently and they have access to different things than we do. And we're kind of, right, we are learning new tricks, right? But there's much to be learned from the young and upcoming next generation. So I think the more the merrier. You can pull in people, you know, small single operators, also give them a voice, right? Why it's all listening to us, the same guys waving at each other, right? Bring in the young people, invite them in, let them speak, right? We're all here to share and learn. So kudos to you, Phelim, for your efforts.
Well, no, thank you, and thank all of you for giving up your time to do something like this. It's really invaluable. I thought I'd do a little plug. I'm working more closely now with the Circuit magazine. You remember the Circuit magazine that you know, people write articles in this field. They are looking for more contributors So I thought I would mention that just because if you want to reach out to John Moss, he is looking for more contributors. There's been some nice ones. I think Byron Rogers and someone else did an op-ed this month. So you know, little plug for that. But good. Right, I think we are a little bit out of time, but hopefully, you know, you enjoy this after reflection as well. It's nice to have you, Kevin, at the beginning and the end, so we can reflect on everything.
Just at the drinks on this in Philip.
I know.
This is the time for drinks, right?
Yes, you should have started happy hour about 45 minutes ago.
Boom, baby, yeah.
Good. Hey, Phelim, thanks again, mate. And thanks to everybody that contributed, presentations and panelists. You all did awesome. Yeah, keep doing great things. Yeah, let's keep pushing people, challenging people, and moving things proactively. Awesome stuff.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I will put a few clips on YouTube. Nice to see you again, Joe.
Thanks very much.
I will see you all very soon. Next Wednesday, if you are interested in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, we're doing an event specific to that region, just in case you're around next Wednesday. All right.
Cheers.
Thanks, everybody.
Very much. Take care. Bye.
Cheers.
Thank you, Phelim. Bye.
Take care.
Thanks.
Bye. Fantastic. And so thanks very much. Thank you to DataMiner, to HackDevNet and the Circuit Magazine for supporting the event. Thanks, Scott. Nice comments all the time. It's been great. We've got some hardcore people even now. Renata, thank you very much. Michael, thank you very much. Greg, thank you very much. Ed, Scott as well. Please do follow us on all of these lovely handles, not least on YouTube, where we're building more of a database and library. I will catch you again soon. 15th of July, next Wednesday, we're doing the MSS Tri-State. Do look out for that. I'll put this. Thank you, Susanna. Thank you, Renata. And any questions, just let me know. And I'm glad this last bit is a bit impromptu. It's a bit of networking, but I hope you enjoy it. Just because, you know, we got this capability to reflect immediately. None of those feedback forms where, you know, either people don't fill them out or they just do it really quickly. It's nice to get immediate things coming up. Thanks, Ed. And I will see you at another event very soon. Have a good evening or afternoon, wherever you are. And for those actually in the Middle East, it'll be quite late. So have a good night to you. Bye-bye.